And I will be one of your very excited naturalists for the day on Escape to Nature. And I am very, very much looking forward to today and everything that we will get to witness and observe. What an absolutely incredible scene this is to start with. Giraffes, impala, zebra, wildebeest. Absolutely amazing. I apologize. That is also a zebra. From the shade there, it just looked a bit darker. No, it is a wildebeest. Look at the animals confusing us so early in the morning. Now remember, as we are watching this is completely live. How cool is that? And of course, this is a very much interactive experience. We would love to hear from you. So if you have any questions, any comments, anything you would like to chat about today, or anything you would like to look for in particular or help us look for, please do let us know, because at the end of the day, this is your safari and we want all of you to enjoy it. So please do get in touch with us. Oh, but it seems like it's going to be an absolute wonderful day here in Okokoyo with the weather. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully it becomes a bit hot and we have some animals coming to cool down. But speaking of which, let's take a look at today's weather in our different locations. -35 degrees Celsius here today. So that seems like it's going to be nice and hot. As I mentioned, hopefully, that welcomes the animals to our water hole here in Okokoyo, and we'll get to see a lot of cool interactions. And it looks like Madikwe and Mashatu might also get some rain, which of course, is not always ideal for safaris. However, I loved it doing a safari in the rain. It's the most fun you can have. But yes, hopefully we will get some rain though, because of course it is very, very good for the bush, for the ecosystems, and of course for our animals. Charlotte, good morning, and thank you for getting in touch with us. We love hearing from you guys. I'm super excited with you as well. As I always say, I'm happy with absolutely anything we see, and hopefully it will be a very good day. And of course, our little grebes. I'm just so excited when I look at these zebras, because you can see some of them are fairly fat. However, I will not say that when they can hear me. Do not want to get my teeth kicked out. But yes, they are, of course, a lot of the mares are currently pregnant. Same with the giraffe and the wildebeest and the springbok. So hopefully, pretty soon we will get to see some baby animals. I'm so excited. Laurie, good morning. You are asking, how do zebras communicate with each other? So, same with the other animals, predominantly through scent and pheromones. But of course, zebras are very vocal as well, so they can vocalize to one another and chat about things. Of course, they have distress sounds when they see a predator. But yes, I would say for the most part, except for elephants maybe, for the most part, it's scent, pheromone, smell. They sort of pick up on that because, of course, animals in the bush have very, very impeccable smell. Well, not just in the bush. I would say 90% of animals all over have very good ears and smell for the most part, because that is what they have to rely on. Whether you're a predator or an animal of prey, you always have to be on the lookout. But yes, they've got a... I'm not gonna... Okay, well, I can try. But this is Rolf's imitation of the zebras. They make like a whoop 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 when they vocalize or when they are vocal. And then they're also just like horses. They've got like a... I don't know, it's a sigh of relief, I guess. Like a... But yes, that is pretty much how they chat to each other. And that is such a good question, because I think if I had one wish in the whole wide world, it would not be to teleport or to be invisible or read people's minds. I would like to know what animals are saying to each other, like talk animal language. I would really love that. Oh, I just love it when a water hole is this busy early in the morning already. Of course, it's not always this way. We are very fortunate when it does happen. Sometimes you can have a very quiet day in terms of actual animal activity. But as always, there are birds around. There's always something to look at nature. And I think as naturalists, that's the absolute beauty of our job. There's always something. Some smell you have not smelled before, or a noise you haven't heard before. I remember the one evening on a safari, my guest and I were slowly making our way back to the lodge. And we heard this very, I almost want to say, unsettling noise. It was like a rumble, but a growl and a roar all in one. And eventually we went down to this massive water hole, or what we call a dam. And when we got there, it was actually a hippo and a lion fighting. But it was not like a full-on actual attack. They were sort of just challenging each other. And the mixture of their vocalizations, that was what was making the noise. And it was just absolutely incredible. Like, I've never heard anything like that before. And that, to me, honestly, is just the coolest thing about our jobs. Well, not that you can call this a job even.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
And it's always so fascinating how these animals sort of make turns. You know, one group leaves and then another comes, and then one goes and another comes. Of course, when the elephants come, then everyone has to go. Because, of course, elephants are very dominant. We have seen before here at Ukukoyo how literally a black rhino was just chilling, not in anyone's way, and the elephants came, and this one elephant just decided, no. We do not want you here today, you can leave now. Oh, these swallows are having a feast in front of this camera today. Linda, good morning, and thank you so much for your question. How do zebras deal with gastric discomfort? So, zebras have an extra organ, what we call a cecum, which helps them with their digestion. And often especially when they're in distress, like running away from something, you'll hear them like literally farting as they run. So they are very gassy animals. So that does help them with the actual discomfort. However, I have actually once in my life witnessed a zebra that was... I'm trying to think of the English word now. I know it in Afrikaans. In Afrikaans we say hartlywig, but which means like you literally can't go to the bathroom. And this poor zebra was in such discomfort. But as I say, they do have that extra organ which actually helps with that. So they are not, for instance, like giraffes or wildebeest that are ruminants and can regurgitate their food and all of that. They are also not as bad in terms of digestion as elephants and rhinos. So they do have that helps them to digest their food. But yes, when you see zebras, most of the time you will see them farting along as they go on with their day. Just such a beautiful scene, honestly. I am super excited for everything we will hopefully see today in Ukukuyo. Oh, what happened? Just want to see why everyone's throwing a tantrum. I don't think it's anything too serious, but zebras can be quite temperamental animals amongst each other. But I don't see anything that might have given them a fright. But again, always rather safe than sorry, you never know. Now, of course, if it was a predator or anything of threat to them, they would not casually be walking away. Of course, animals, when they've seen a predator, they'll alarm call. They will sort of let it know, okay, we've seen you. And then as soon as the predator does start to come too close or anything like that, they'll then take off. So I suspect that was probably just a tantrum amongst them. But I think what we'll do is, of course, we will keep an eye out on all of our locations. But I think let's see what's happening so far in Mashatu. It's a giraffe. Oh, I like these animals. And yes, I know it's a cliche. Just like elephants and zebras, everyone loves them. But it's just such a weird animal. Like if I was able, or if I had the ability to actually create or design animals, I would never think of this. Never in my life. And a blacksmith lapwing here in front. Good morning, giraffe. I think you ought to get some water. We would love to see that. Oh, we've got another giraffe coming. And I'm not sure if it's just our angle perhaps, but it seemed like a fairly light giraffe. Let us just have a look-see. Vicky, that's a brilliant question. I was literally just about to chat about that. You wanting to know if giraffes get older, will their spots get darker? So, yes. A lot of people have a misconception of just the bulls having darker spots. I mean, in some cases it can be, the case, but it's not the norm. So generally, the older giraffe becomes the longer they've been in the sun. So generally, their skin tends to then get darker. But I mean, I've seen a very, very old giraffe that was very light. So again, Mother Nature does not follow our rules or our logic. But yes, generally, the older they become, the darker their spots will become. But it's just like genes as well. That, of course, also plays a role, just like humans. Some people are very tall. Some people have really light skin. Some people have really dark skin. Some people have blue eyes, etc., etc. So that also does play a role. But yes, from what we understand, and again, as humans, we try to speculate as much as we can and sort of interpret nature for what she is. But from our logic, yes, having been in the sun longer will tend to make their skin and their spots darker and darker. And of course, very vigilant animals when they are drinking. Because of course, going into that position makes them very vulnerable. So they have to sort of check constantly. It's almost like when a cheetah is feeding. They'll eat a little bit and then check, and eat a little bit and check. So that's all just for, avoiding predators. But always very, very vigilant animals. So you can see that one in the middle is fairly light. But again, that is just genes. I've even seen a baby giraffe that was very, very dark. So of course it's all about the melanin as well. It's just some have more melanin, which is the pigmentation for, becoming darker. I've seen a really dark baby giraffe. I've seen a ginger zebra. I've seen a pink elephant. So it's just purely a lack or an overdose of melanin. Just want to have a look-see and see if anything else is around, because they all seem, they're pretty chilled out, but it seems like they are all very vigilant this morning, just checking their surroundings constantly. Oh, that's the word I was looking for. Sorry, just touching back on the zebras that were at Ukukuya earlier on. Constipation is the word I was looking for. In Afrikaans, you call it hartlywigheid. But luckily, giraffes don't seem to have that problem from what we understand, because they are ruminants. And that was always one of my most favorite things to show guests on safari, is when a giraffe defecates or poops, because it's this massive animal and then it's like this little pellets that come out. So they are very fortunate when it comes to, I wish I could do that, to be honest. Just regurgitate your mom's cooked food or dessert or something. It sounds a little gross, but I think that would help us a lot with digestion as well. And I can hear our Egyptian geese and our guinea fowl, of course, very vocal again this morning. I just want to look to this. As soon as they're done drinking, I just want to look to our right, because all of them keep looking down. I don't know if there's perhaps a bird or something interesting here to the side. Oh, how cool is this scene? This giraffe off to our left, it's actually the first time I see a giraffe like that. It's almost like she's so light, some of her spots are actually blurred. Very interesting marking she has on her. And you can see on the water there's a light drizzle, which is fantastic. The bush really, really needs it, as you can see from looking at these acacias. Alrighty, I think let's head over to Ukukweyo, just merely because it seems like the rain is going to give us a little bit of difficulty. And we are back at Ukukweyo. It's always so interesting when you look at the different locations. You know, they are situated in different areas of Southern Africa. But one can be completely sunny and beautiful. And then the other one is a bit rainy, like Mashatu. But I mean, that being said, I experience that so often on all of the reserves I've worked and visited as well. You can literally drive a kilometer from one area having been super sunny and then the next just absolutely storming. I remember the one evening we were on safari and I radioed my former colleague and friend Ruan, and I said to him, listen, we have to get back to the lodge. Like, the warden of the reserve closed the safari down. She said, everyone head back to the lodge. And he said to me, what are you talking about? It's like super sunny, we're watching the sunset. And he was literally like 5 kilometers from my area. And where I had been, it was thunder and lightning and everything. And then, needless to say, of course, it caught up with him. And he returned to the lodge, I think, about 20 minutes later. But I think that's just so fascinating when you look at different weather patterns and all of that. And of course, it does play a role on the animals as well. Weather does affect where they go as well, what they do for the day. But that being said, it's not always predictable. You can see some kudu also coming in the middle. 2 ladies. Apologies for the vehicle in the back. Of course, you know, we do not intervene with nature, but we just try to keep everything as manageable as possible. So they do road maintenance and all of that, of course, for people to visit these wonderful destinations all across Africa. It's a lesser spotted Homo sapien. Jojo, yes, of course, I believe so. Um, I do think that all animals are born with natural instincts. If you look at animals in a zoo, unfortunately, those animals, and this is the mistake we make so often as humans. And it's not just in Africa, it's literally everywhere, right over the world, is we tend to think that, okay, well, no, we've known this lion or this elephant or whatever the case is from birth. That animal is still a wild animal, whether it was raised by hand since cub or calf or whatever the case is. And they do still have a natural instinct. So people tend to think that, as soon as you have a bond with an animal, it's fine. It's not fine. We have to keep that respect for them, and we have to keep, remembering that ultimately they will attack if they need to, because anything, even humans, sometimes I don't think we have that instinct as good as animals, but we also have that instinct to attack if we need to. And of course, adrenaline and all of that also plays a role in that. I remember the one was my first reserve I was working at. There was a rhino there, and unfortunately the naturalists there made the mistake to give it a nickname. They always called him Gumboots because his feet were always wet from mud, because he loved walking through mud, so it always looked like he's wearing gumboots. And the one day this one naturalist got too close to him, and this was when I just started out in my career, and I told him, I'm really sorry, I don't want to overstep, but I think you're getting too close. And this guy threw a tantrum. He was like, I've been doing this longer than you, etc., etc. And yes, then what had happened was this lovely gumboots. Oh, he said to me, I know this rhino. That's the one thing that stood out to me. And I said to him, I don't care if you know him, you don't have him on Facebook or something, it's still a wild animal. And the next thing, this rhino gave a warning sign, and he gave another warning sign. And this rhino charged the vehicle, put his horn through the front of a Land Cruiser's vehicle. So that's a massive car. And he literally ripped the whole wheel off. And then he ran off. Luckily, he didn't, continue his charge and attack and all of that. But at the end of the day, this was a qualified naturalist. He'd been doing it for a while, or a really long time. And unfortunately, people, and I'm not specifically, talking about one person or anything like that, but unfortunately, as people, we do become complacent. We think that we know the animals and that they won't do this or they won't do that. At the end of the day, they still have instincts, and if they're uncomfortable, if they feel provoked in any sense, they will attack if they have no other option. So no, definitely. I think Tess also touched on this the other day. When you get to an animal, it might have been provoked before you got there, but 99% of the time, if an animal attacks you, it had a good reason to, because an animal will rather run away as opposed to attack you, because to them, of course, it's also a risk. They don't know they're risking, the possibility of death or anything, because they don't know what we are. So that's why it's always very, very important to remember that all of these animals that we see are still wild, and they do still have instincts. Even our pets at home. I remember my previous lodge I worked at, we had an African grey parrot there. And this bird and I had the best relationship. And the one day I just moved a little bit too quickly, and he didn't like it. And he actually grabbed my ear a little bit, and it didn't hurt that much. But at the end of the day, it's an instinct, because he got a fright, so he reacted. I am just loving this party right now that is happening here with all of the animals. Righty-yo. Well, you won't believe it, but it's storming right now in Mashatu. It literally changed within 2 minutes. So I think, let us see what is happening at Djuma, see if we can see any animals there. You can see it's also a fairly nice and overcast day here in Djuma.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
They're so precious. It's really impressive how quickly they grow. You know, of course, we saw them when they were little chickies. And they're already very big at my eyes, at least. But of course, you know, being a ground-dwelling bird, predominantly they have to grow fast because they have to be able to evade predators should they need to, and when mommy or daddy is not around to protect them. Just want to see what else is happening. Ooh, there's a termite mound here in front of the water. We'll chat about that a bit later. It's one of the most fascinating things for myself personally in nature is a termite mound and everything it entails. But I just want to check if there's no other animals around. So of course, as I said, you know, weather does play a role when it comes to the animals and their patterns and all of that. But again, it's never predictable. It can be like this and you see so many animals on safari, and other times you see nothing. I'm just hoping and praying for the one day there will be a leopard either in the tree to our far left or this one in front of us. That will be very, very lovely. Just want to see if our monitor and terrapins are not around. I could be wrong, but I think we might have a fish eagle. Yes, look at that. Good morning, birdie. And this one is actually not yet in full plumage. It's still what we would call a juvenile. You can see it doesn't have its full coloration yet. And that's always the fascinating thing, specifically in this time of the year, with especially your big birds, your raptors. You can so easily confuse them because of their plumage due to either breeding season or male, female, juvenile. There can be so many differences. But the African fish eagle, you know, as soon as they have found their mate, they marry for life, which makes them monogamous. I would just really like if this one says good morning to us. Of course, that's a very, very cool sound in the bush. So, Risa, thank you for your question. You're wanting to know what is the African, the average height of an African fish eagle. Goodness, a lot of A's in there. So generally, a male can weigh like 2 kilograms and a female 3 kilograms, and they reach about roughly between 60 and 75 ish, but generally average 60 to 70 centimeters, which is more or less. To break it down, that would basically be like 2 rulers, like a stationary ruler. So yes, but they are very big birds, and of course, they are very, very successful hunters as well. As their name suggests, they love fish and sushi. And for this reason, actually, they do not have feathers on their feet, basically. Because when they swoop into the water, of course, it's already a massive bird, as I said, about 2 or 3 kilograms. It's fairly heavy. And when they go down into the water, if they had those feathers on the feet as well, that would sort of make them even heavier and drag them down. So they just quickly swoop in the water, and then they will get their fish. But for those of you that do not know what they sound like, I know so many people, love this sound, and they immediately think of Africa when they hear the sound of an African fish eagle. It's always so cool, that sound. And I myself have not heard it in quite some time, so I am definitely due for some fish eagle noises, lion roars, all of that. It's actually not a very pretty bird when they are juveniles. No offense, fish eagle. But you'll get there. You'll get pretty and you'll get your mate. You'll probably see some of the smaller birds. That's probably why he's looking up, harassing him. Because a lot of the smaller birds know what these bigger birds of prey are. And of course, as I mentioned, if they have the opportunity, they'll also go for smaller birds or chicks if they want to. Roger, yes indeed. It seems like this African fish eagle does have some company now from the starlings. They don't generally, and again, nature doesn't always do the same thing over and over as we expect it to. Generally, the starlings don't harass them. Your drongos will. A lot of your other smaller birds might. But your starlings, for the most part, aren't too phased about them now. Woo! I might be wrong. Oh, just beautiful. Just want to have a look, see what else is around. Our geese are getting some water. I like these geese. I know a lot of people don't. They can be very aggressive and noisy, of course. But it's actually a very, very beautiful bird. It's won't be able to show you now because it's best to see them in absolute sunlight and to actually check out all of their different colors. But they are absolutely beautiful birds, the Egyptian geese. And of course, you know, they do get that name from the pharaohs that had like the eyeliner all over the eyes. Of course, they've also got very beautiful eyes. I wish mine naturally looked like that. That being said, I might look like I got punched, so maybe not. I'm really hoping we'll get some elephants coming down to the waterhole today. And you know, that's just the thing, as I said, a couple of weeks ago, we had a lot of elephant activity around. And eventually you tend to take it for granted. You're like, oh, it's elephants again, or whichever animals come to the water. And then as soon as it doesn't happen anymore, you know, because the water holes do get filled a little bit by bit. And then the animals are no longer dependent on just one water hole. Alrighty, my good friends. While I am going to keep an eye on all of our water holes, but in the meantime, I know Donovan and Morgan is super excited to say good morning to all of you. So let's head over to them.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful morning this morning. It's quite a change from yesterday's weather. This time yesterday it was pouring with rain, so it's fantastic to have nice clear blue skies. Currently looking at a white milkwood, a relatively young one, a tree that can get very, very big. So, yeah. My name's Donovan. We've got Morgan behind the camera this morning. Morning, Morgan. And we are going to see if we can show you guys anything interesting wonderful and different. Looking forward to finding some cool stuff. So we're going to see if we can find some lion cubs this morning. I don't actually know if they were seen on morning game drive with the other guides, but we'll make an attempt to get there and hopefully get lucky. The wind is slightly strong, so hopefully you got a giraffe. Where? Can't see a giraffe. Oh, I'll have a look now. Okay. Oh, there. Cool. All right. So yeah, we're gonna go down to that lion den, see if we can maybe get lucky with them. We'll sit there for a little while, give it a bit of time. If we don't get lucky, we'll move on, see if we can find some other stuff, and then attempt to come back a little bit later. Maybe it'll start to cool down. Apparently it's meant to get quite hot today, about 30 degrees Celsius. Something like that. Probably. Apparently it's meant to be 5 minutes according to the weather apps, but sometimes they are not very accurate. Nice male giraffe down there. To everyone watching, please remember that this is an interactive experience. If you have any questions or comments, or you'd like to, anything in particular you'd like us to look for, let us know. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Luke, wow, you're very young. I'm awesome. It's awesome to hear that young people are watching. You're 10 years old. I wasn't watching this type of stuff when I was 10 years old. Giraffes could probably survive a few hours without having food, or potentially a few days. But they will be eating almost the entire day. So it's not very often that they'll go without food by choice, unless they if there's nothing left in an area that they're in, then they will move to an area where they can find some food. So it's not very common for them not to eat. There's another giraffe. Left of the river line? It's behind the tree now. Never mind. Sam, a giraffe, if I'm not mistaken, can travel about between 8 and 10 kilometers. Not really in one go, but they'll do that sort of over a day, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, they'll do that in order to find food, and not just because they feel like going for a walk. There will be a particular reason behind it. Just having a look through my binoculars, see if there's anything interesting I can see on there. It appears that the only thing that wants to come out and show itself at the moment is that giraffe. Ooh, it's getting very warm, very quickly. Bit of a strong breeze coming through. Apologize for any wind noise comes through on the microphones. Do my best to hide it away. Few things hiding away. Kim, giraffes have fantastic eyesight. So, as guides, we often use giraffes to help us find predators. So they will, if they see the predator or they think that there's one there, whether they smell it, hear it, or see it, they will stop and stare in a direction until they see some sort of movement. So they're obviously being very, very tall. They can see very far, but they do have good eyesight just in general. So it helps the guides a lot to find, especially cheetah. Because cheetah hide really well in longer grass. If they lie down, they almost disappear. And if the giraffes are standing there staring, you're relatively sure that there's something in the grass. You just have to be patient until you see it. Yeah, so he's moving out into the open, which is nice. Oh, I absolutely love this landscape. Could sit up here for hours and just look around. You get birds flying. There's a raven that just flew past, a white-necked raven. They will nest in the sort of cliffs below us. They're not like crazy big cliffs, but they are relatively steep. So they will nest in those cliffs, as well as seeing crows, pied crows, cape crows, and then every now and again you get the odd raptor, such as a jackal buzzard or a rock kestrel, and then a whole bunch of different bird species, as well as all sorts of little insects and things up here. So if you look, you can actually see where the river runs. So where there's all open plains and you can see roads running through them, there's a thick band, or almost like a line drawn in the landscape of thick trees, and that is actually the Bushman's River line. It is a little bit easier to see if you look on certain angles. So where we are sitting now, it's a little bit tough, but not terrible. I think Morgan's going to try and frame up to see what the empty riverbed looks like. But in the meantime, we're going to link you over to Lisa in Mashatu.
Well, as I said, it was a hectic storm, but now it's over. And as you can see, that is literally what happened in a mere 10-15 minutes. We've literally got water everywhere. Let me show you. Just look at that. And as I was monitoring this water hole, at one stage you couldn't even see, like the rain was coming down pretty hard. And sometimes that's all the bush needs, just to rejuvenate and just to start up again, basically. Just revive itself, basically. So of course, as it rains over the course of summer, this water hole at Mashatu will also gradually fill itself up. But as you can see there, far in the distance as well, there will be a lot of water puddles that are forming now. And the animals will also rely on that for water sources. In the summertime specifically, as a naturalist, when you're guiding or on safari, it's very important to sort of, bear in mind to not go through these puddles on the road, because often, actually more often than not, you will have a lot of terrapins that are traversing from water holes, and often they'll just sort of chill in these water puddles on the road. So, and if you keep an eye out and look carefully on the road, then it's good, you can see them. But often they sort of, as soon as they feel the vibrations obviously of the vehicle on the road, they sort of just scurry out of the water and try and get away as soon as possible. But this is honestly making my day this now. The rain. We're going to see over the next few weeks just how everything changes. And hopefully, this was only the start of a very healthy rain season. Not just in Mashatu, but all of our locations. Okokoyo, Djuma, Amakala, Kariga. Although, the rain seasons do vary a bit depending on the time of the year. But hopefully we'll have a good rainfall this year. And I say that for our locations, but not just in Southern Africa, everywhere in the world, every place that needs rain. I really do hope and pray that we all get our sufficient rain. Not just for us as humans, for water, but also for our beautiful animals. So I just want to show you this one termite mound that always fascinates me. So earlier at Djuma, we saw that small termite mound. So when we head to Djuma again later, I will show you that. So that is the initial start of a termite mound. But then eventually what they become is massive. And termites are very, very sufficient little creatures. They will constantly keep forming their mound as long as they are not interrupted by something else. So this termite mound you see over here, I could be wrong, but generally these big mounds might be inactive with regards to the termites themselves. Now what happens is these termites, they feed off fungi and bacteria and all of that. And any termite mound you see, whether it's a small start of a termite mound or massive one, the biggest one I've seen is, yes, I was very, very young. But I think my father is just under 2 meters tall. And this termite mound was even taller than my father. Now whether it's a big one, a small one, any termite mound you see is just 1/3 of the mound. 2/3 are underground. So of course, these creatures are very, very, as I said, very sufficient builders, and they will constantly, keep constructing as they go along. So they've got so many tunnels underground and systems underground. It's very, very fascinating. But of course, your aardvark, pangolin, a lot of animals feast on termites. So what they'll do is they'll actually invade a termite mound. And then as soon as they're done eating or done for that time being, they will dig their way back out. And then often you will see, like we see with the hyena cubs dens, these animals will then later go inhabit those sort of areas. Of course, they also excavate it a bit further as they need to make it comfortable for them. But your warthogs as well, snakes, then they will go inhabit those termite mounds, and the termite mounds, the termites themselves will then sort of go and move on into another site or another mound that they will have to construct. But yes, of course, very big, that one. I would say probably the 1/2 meter. But when we head to Djuma again later, I will show you the start of a termite mound. It's very fascinating, especially when they have their chimneys. You can actually feel the heat coming out. Just goes to show again and again and again. Mother Nature really does not waste at all. We can really learn from her. Just absolutely incredible to see. And as I say, this was not a lot of rain. Sue, I believe you are asking what is Mashatu's yearly rainfall. Of course, anything varies from area to area and season and year and everything. Generally, it's about 300 to 350 millimeters of rain, which would be about like 12 to 14 inches. So that's not too bad. A lot of your areas, like I know in the Waterbergs, we got a lot of rainfall, because actually, as my first job before I became a naturalist, I was a game management administrator, and one of my jobs was actually to check the rainfall in the summer season. I remember the one year we actually had 560 millimeters of rain. So yes, but here at Mashatu, average is about 300 to 350 millimeters. But I'm hoping that this new water, lures some animals for us. Hopefully there will be some animals coming down to the water, tasting the new and improved water hole. But I think in the meantime, I see some activity at Ukokoyo, so let's head on over. Look at all of the zebras. I like them. It's always so cool seeing so many zebras together. I mean, of course, this is not even a lot if you compare it, for instance, to Masai Mara, where the massive migration happens. But it's always so cool to see. Ooh, that one is really, really pregnant. I shouldn't say that too loud. Don't want her to hear me. I'm going to try and show you before she disappears. She's really large. And now I think I lost her. Oh, there she is, the one with her rear end to us now. She's walking away. straight center. Now she's turning a little left. She's massive. Just look at her bulging on the sides. Oh, I'm so looking forward to all of the baby animals, honestly. I cannot wait. She keeps turning now. But it's the zebra standing still now. Sort of just off center right. And now another zebra's blocking her. But even this one straight in front of the water that's now facing us. She is also heavily pregnant. And of course a lot of them will be right now. Because it's that time of the year. Water brings babies in Africa. It's very interesting because a lot of people have actually had their hypotheses over the years about this, saying that, you know, perhaps it's because, nature's designed it that way so that all of these animals, you know, that could potentially fall prey to predators have their babies in the raining season due to the fact that perhaps the rain washes away the smell of afterbirth, or it's a good argument, I guess. But of course, with new life, they will need water and food as well. So it doesn't help they, you know, bring a lot of babies into the bush or into the world, I should say. And there's not sufficient rainfall and food for them. I think for me personally, as a naturalist, since being with Wild Earth, this is probably my first clear blue sky that I've had in Okokweyo. It's almost always very gloomy and a grey sky. It almost looks like a mirage or something. But this is just an absolute stunning day with a beautiful blue contrast. Hopefully we'll get some grey contrasts as well. The one with a trunk and the one with a horn. Just want to take a look-see and see if anything is in our tree. Any potential birds. The other day we actually had 2 herons in the tree. And we didn't see them until we actually, took a closer look. That's what's so fascinating about this location specifically. There's so many things hiding in the trees and the bushes, amongst the rocks. I'm just looking for some movement. But in the meantime, while I dissect this tree, I'm going to send you back to Donovan and Morgan in Amakhala and see what they're up to.
Alright, so we've come down to the lion den site to maybe see if we can try our luck. It's not necessarily the best time to view lions. Usually their more active times are earlier in the morning and later in the afternoon, so like early evening times. So lions are actually crepuscular, which means they are more active at dawn and dusk. It's not to say that they're not active during the day or at night at all, it's just they're more active during those particular times. So right now is not necessarily the best time. We thought we'd just give it a bash, have a bit of patience. Maybe they decide to come out for curiosity with us sitting here, and to investigate. Lion cubs are very curious little things, but Mom is also very chilled with vehicles, so she might potentially come out. But again, we don't know, because animals do what animals want to do. We have no control over that. So right now we're just sitting enjoying all the bird calls. There is a Nediki sitting just in front of us that is making a very loud noise. Usually the small little birds make the loudest noises. Also, no, I've been looking for a while. I'll have a look for it. If it pops out, I'll let you know. Can also hear a greater honey guide. It's got a very cool call. I actually really like it. But also, a cool thing about honey guides is they have a dominance or a hierarchy. So if you hear one calling in, he's calling. That's a bee. Hopefully you guys were able to hear that. So they have a hierarchy. So if you hear one earlier in the morning, like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, that is the most dominant male in the area. And then if you hear one in the evening, that is the least dominant male in the area. So any in between that, obviously it goes from most dominant all the way down to least dominant, which is quite interesting. I didn't know that. I thought I stayed somewhere and I kept hearing one of them, or at least I thought it was one, calling the entire day. So I was under the impression it was just the same one that was wanting to speak a lot. But I was then later informed that of that hierarchy system that they have, which is very cool. Beautiful bird, like a bit of two like white spots on their cheeks, and then the males will have a pinkish bill that's, sorry, I thought I heard something else. That is quite distinct. It looks a bit strange, but one of the things that if you see it, even at a little bit of a distance, it sticks out a bit, almost like a sore thumb. It's also a ring-necked dove, or a Cape turtle dove. That's what the Greater Honey Guide's call sounds like. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's some speckled mouse birds. There's 3 of them there. There's one, looks like it's showing us his belly. So, James, a bird won't necessarily lose all of its feathers at once, so they consistently growing. So they'll do a thing in the mornings, or not necessarily only in the mornings, but they'll do a thing called preening, where they clean their feathers out, and any loose feathers they'll pull out, and then there'll be a new one that will grow in its place. So there isn't a particular time frame to regrow all of its feathers. It's a constant thing that happens. So are you still framed on the mouse bit? So that little speckled mouse bird over there, so he's got that like a black sort of mask on, as well as a little crest. They're very cool little birds. They don't look very speckled unless you're able to see them up close. They've got very, very small white specks on their body. They do look very similar to the white-backed mouse bird, but this one doesn't have a white back. And we also get the red-faced mouse birds here. So these guys they'll eat mainly fruits, and they seem to like the fruit of a needle bush. I'll have to see if I can find you guys a needle bush to show you what it looks like. So they will do that, and okay, that's okay. Hopefully everyone saw what it looked like. So they will do that, and then they'll eat those fruits, and they'll sit in their stomach, and they actually need to expose their stomach to the sun in order to help the digestion of those fruits. So they'll often eat early in the morning, and then as the sun starts to warm up, it looks quite weird, but they'll sit with their belly sticking out, and they'll sit there for a while, a few minutes, and then either move to change. They'll change positions, or if the sun goes behind a cloud, they'll try and find another spot to sit. When the sun comes out from behind the clouds again, then it will carry on with that process. I cannot remember what that process is called. If I'm not mistaken, I read about it a few weeks ago, but can't remember. They also do something quite interesting called having a dust bath. So they'll go do some dust bathing, which is, I've seen it a few times, and it's very funny to watch, especially because those mouse birds have got a very, very long tail. They're not the only birds that do it. It's just the one that I've seen do it more than other birds. So they'll find a nice little bit of soil that's relatively soft, and then they will lie in it and roll around and open their wings sort of flat, and then move around just to help themselves get clean. They also do a thing called ant bathing, where they'll find an ant's nest and they'll lie down, or they'll sit on the floor and then stretch their wings out and let the ants crawl over them, and the ants will eat all the little parasites and mites and things like that, which will also help keep them clean. Just had a Cape glossy starling fly past, and then once they're done, once there's no sort of food left, then the ants go off and they carry on with their day, and they give it a little shake, get any extra sort of dust or anything else off themselves, and then they'll go and preen themselves to look good and carry on with the rest of their day. Madison, that is a good question. How do birds not know? How do birds know what flowers are not good for them? A lot of animals are quite instinctual, so a lot of things will be sort of ingrained in them from a natural thing, but I would imagine that it has something to do with color. So birds or animals don't see how humans see. They can't differentiate colors as well as we can. But there must be something to do with the color, because you'll often see birds that eat lots of like fruits and flowers and things will generally go for the more dull colors, so not something that is super bright. Like I've never seen a bird eating a bright yellow daisy, but I've seen a bird eating a plumbago flower. Oh, here he comes, here he comes. A plumbago flower that is like a light purpley blue sort of color. Hello, big guy. Oh, he's a good looking lion, eh? So this guy is between 3.5 and 4 years old, and he is a very big lion. He also is very good looking. He has massive ears. So patience pays off. So if any of the viewers decide that they want to go to the bush, so whether you're going to Kruger National Park, coming to join us on Amakhala, maybe going to Mashatu or Addo Elephant National Park, actually any game reserve in Africa, or any game reserve that has any sort of predators on it, if you're patient, something will show themselves. It might take 3 or 4 hours, or it might take 20 minutes. How long have we been sitting here? 20 minutes? 15 minutes maybe. So you just have to be patient. Things will pop out and you'll be able to see stuff. So not everything happens immediately as you expected. So patience is very important. Yeah, we do. You can hear the plane flying past. Just checking it out. It's like, oh, doesn't like that sound. Hope it is definitely a virtue. As I always say to my guests, patience pays off. So we got it. I mean, right now it's not necessarily, well, at least for me. I mean, you can probably see a lot better than me. Camera's a bit higher than what I'm sitting, so I can't see him very well at all right now. But okay, Morgan's saying he's still equally hidden. So it is better than not knowing if he's here or not. So I was informed by the other guides that they saw him here this morning. So we thought, okay, let's go down, see if we can try our luck. We got here, there was nothing. So we don't actually know if he was still around here. He could have moved off, even if it was just 30 meters down the river line, but he didn't. So really nice and rewarding that he's come out to say hello. So lions are actually the only sociable cats. So cheetah will be solitary, as well as leopards will also be solitary. Alice, lions. So lions are not very picky eaters. So they will hunt whenever there is an opportunity. So they are what we call opportunistic hunters. So even if they have got a kill with them, whether it is a little warthog or it is a big buffalo. If something walks past and it looks like an opportunity to have an extra meal, they will take that opportunity. So you would think that they'd be fantastic at hunting, but no, there's not a particular time of day that they hunt. Only they prefer to hunt when the prey animal's visibility is not so great, which is at dawn and dusk. So they'll mainly hunt at those times, but it's not to say that they won't hunt at any other time of the day. If it's 12 o'clock and it's 40 degrees and they're hungry, the chances are very small that they will hunt then, but if they need food, they will put in the effort to find the food or catch the food. Yeah, so they are the only sociable predators, or should I say, not predators, cats. So big cats. They will live in a pride, so it'll be male, dominant male, and a few females. So our pride has got this big guy here, mom, and now the little cubs. And then there will be, once those cubs grow up, they will join part of the pride or they'll move off. But like leopard and cheetah, if a male and female cheetah or adults, they will come together to mate, and then they will go their separate ways. Mom will have, if it is successful, mom will give birth to little cubs. Those cubs will grow up when they get to about 1.5 years old. Then they start to move off, and a similar thing with leopard. There are times where if the cubs of like cheetah are both males, or if there's 3 males, then they will form a coalition potentially, and then they will stick together for a long time. But there will still be a dominance. One of those males will be dominant over the other 2, so he will have breeding rights. So yeah, that's a rare case of non-sociable cats or solitary cats sticking together. He's a very lazy, sleepy lion. That is fine. At least he's here. Has been lifting his head every now and again, so he's investigating what's going on. I think it's when I start to talk and he's figuring out where I am, what I am. So a lot of people are under the impression that male lions don't do any hunting. They will hunt, so when they go off to do their territorial patrols, which is essentially they're walking their boundary of their territory to make sure that there's no other males in the area, as well as to leave their scent behind, so that if there are any other males that approach that area, they now know that, okay, this is not somewhere that I can go, because this is another male's home or territory. So he will have to catch his own food, make his own kills then, because he isn't necessarily gone only for a day. They'll have relatively big territories, so he will be away, or males in general will be away from the pride for 4 or 5 days, maybe a bit longer. So they will have to be able to keep themselves fed. Whereas in the pride, when the male is there, he does do less hunting, and the main reason is for that is a male lion sticks out a lot more. So he's obviously bigger than the females, but also with his mane, especially if they've got a really big mane, if he lies down in the grass, there is a very high chance, unless the grass is very, very long, there's a high chance that his mane is going to stick out the top of the grass. So he can't hide as well. Whereas females can get down really low and move through the grass without being seen by any prey animals and get really, really close. So then they are seen to be not necessarily better hunters, but more suited for it. But there's obviously times if the lionesses are trying to take down a buffalo, then bigger animals, then the male would generally get involved. He's just due to him being a lot heavier. If he runs at something and lands on it, it's probably going to fall over. But whereas the females will just jump onto it and hang on until that animal gets tired, and then they will kill it and have their next meal. Oftentimes if females kill something, males will come in, the dominant male will come in, push his way around and try and chase some of the females off. He doesn't necessarily always, it isn't always successful, or he isn't always successful at pushing the females away, but most of the times the females just move away because they don't want to risk getting injured by him, because he'll give a good swipe at them, or he'll snarl and they're like, okay, cool, can have a bit of your food. But yes, generally the bigger the pride, usually the bigger the animal that they take down, because obviously they have more mouths to feed. So if it's a smaller pride of like 4 or 5 lions, they'll probably take down, like a zebra could feed 4 or 5 lions comfortably. But if there's 10 lions, you need like a buffalo or a really big eland. So we're just going to sit here for a little while, and we're going to head you guys over to Ukukuyo.
Well done, Donovan. Jeez, what a find, man. That is always, I always say it's a hit and miss on any safari. You either just catch a sighting or you just miss it, whether it's by a few seconds, a few minutes. But well done on your male lion. Stunning. We are still at Ukukuyo, watching the animals. And it is really just such a beautiful day. I've of course been keeping an eye on Djuma and Mashatu as well. Mashatu seems fairly quiet now after the rain, which is odd. But of course, the animals will just sort of wait for the storm to pass basically, and then they'll become active again. But as you can see, in Ukukuyo we have no lack of activity. And this is what we would call general game, like animals you often see or animals you would find on the plains. But of course, it's always interesting when you compare different areas. I remember when I was working in Greater Kruger on a beautiful reserve, when we found, lions, there were a lot of lions, so lions was not a rare sighting for us. But leopards, if you saw something like leopard, you would call it in. Everyone had to go there and wanted to show their guests, because that's something we did not see a lot. Animals such as these, apart from the springbok, but the kudus, the zebras, the impalas, that is what we refer to as general game. So literally almost every safari you did, you would see general game. But if you saw something like leopard, you would call it in. And I always laugh, because if you look at Djuma, yes, there's general game, and this has been, like that for years, ever since I've gone to Sabi as a little girl. Leopards are fairly, I don't want to say common, because then it sounds like you sort of take them for advantage, for granted. But, yes, there you would often see leopard, but you wouldn't, on every safari you go on, you wouldn't necessarily see zebra and impala and kudu and all of the general game. So it's always so interesting when you compare the different reserves. And the only reason for that is when you look at predator versus prey, the numbers, there's so many predators that eventually, you know, the prey sort of just becomes less and less and less. Whereas I have to say on that reserve, it was fairly well balanced out. I think the leopards just hid themselves pretty well because there was also a lot of rivers on that reserve. So that might also be the reason. Oh, I'm just loving the sky and the water today. It is so serene and beautiful. I know I've said this probably 500 times just today alone, but it really is such a beautiful, perfect scene today. I love kudus. Of course, a very impressive animal, specifically the males, with their beautiful spiral horns. But I don't know. For me personally, I've always had a tendency to like the females over the males, even with lions. Yes, a male lion is pretty, but it's almost like he's cliche pretty. For me personally, I prefer female lion. Just when you look into their eyes, that raw power and, I don't know, majesty almost. But again, that's just me. I love all the animals. Males, females, little ones. Anything. Just beautiful. While I admire all of this beautiful Oh, just animals and the sky. I really can't get over the sky and the water today. But while I'm hypnotized by all of this, I'm going to send you to Andrew, who is very, very excited to say good morning to all of you, all the way from Kariga.
Well, today I'm gonna be out here on Kariga Game Reserve as I am the last few days, and I hope we're gonna see some plenty things given that the heat has come out and it's an extremely hot and sunny day. But yeah, my name is Andrew. I'm gonna be your photo naturalist for the next few days here on Kariga. And just to let you know, it's we are based in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, and the nearest town being Kenton-on-Sea, and another town which is not too far is also Salem. So just to geographically position yourselves as to where I am, we're starting off with a beautiful blesbuck antelope. It's a nice territorial ram, this one. So you will notice he is staring in one direction, and he seems to be watching something very, very carefully, which of course is this beautiful breeding group. Look at all of them. There are so many. This is by far the most I've seen here on Kariga. There must be more, but for me this is as much as I've seen so far. Plenty there. So they are enjoying the warm sun. They've just had a drink of water, so no real reason to move too far because there is plenty of grass nearby as well. I think some of them are fast asleep there. Alright, and about 30 minutes ago, a beautiful breeding group of African fish eagles flew past me. And I do hope that they come here to Scotia Pan. Perhaps sit on that Scotia tree, the Karua Boerbean, and maybe we can definitely take some nice photographs of them. I just want to go back to this ram over here. You'll notice a nice size grouping of blue wildebeest as well. Okay, I'm not quite sure what happened now. So an ostrich just came running in out of nowhere. And a beautiful Egyptian goose as well. I think I see a nyala at the back there. That's it. Okay, just going in for a drink of water again. Okay, I'm gonna just sit tight here. I've got a feeling there's gonna be some other animals coming down to drink, but in the meanwhile, let's head off to Lisa and Djuma Dam camera.
Well, look who finally decided to show up. We've got elephants on our Djuma cam. And they've got a Nunu. Ugh. These animals, honestly. I can try and try and try, but I will never get tired of them. The one in front seems fairly on edge. Now, it might of course be the weather. When it is like this, you know, your elephants, rhinos, buffaloes, they do tend to be a lot more on edge and careful and vigilant. But it might also be that they're smelling something that might potentially be around. Oh, just look at that tiny one. You can just see the little legs and the little trunk. Oh, you see my Scooby? It's so excited. Oh, that's precious. Joanne, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know if a new member of the elephants join a herd, how would they know? So, with elephants, just like any of the other animals, but with elephants specifically, from what I've seen in my career and experience, they are very, very set on scents, pheromones, all of that. So they will definitely know by smell. I cannot tell you what it is in their pheromones that tell them, you know, if it's their DNA or whatever they pick up, but they can definitely smell when there is a new member present. So, not sure if you meant like an adult elephant or baby. Of course, you know, baby is very carefully integrated into a herd, and then of course, you know, mommy will introduce the little one and the herd will sort of smell it and yes, then welcome it to the herd. With adult elephants, it's not, I mean, it can happen, but it's not the norm for an adult elephant to necessarily come from another herd and then join a new herd, merely because they are so set on their family structure. So if they're part of one herd, they tend to stay with that herd. But that being said, again, just like anything else in nature, you know, it can always change, it can always vary. But definitely by smell and pheromones, they'll know, okay, well, we're not used to your smell. You're someone new or you're something different. That's why with babies as well, the herd will constantly smell the baby and sort of just familiarize themselves with a new smell. That always blows my mind. I would not be able to get up that hill. And they make it look so effortless. And again, you know, I've seen various sightings of elephants where they literally climb a mountain, a rocky, steep mountain, and they just sort of climb it out, just like experts. But again, just like all animals, they evolve, they adapt to their environment, just like us. If you move to, for instance, myself, like I moved from the bush to the city, and that was an adjustment for me to definitely get used to, because where I had elephants for traffic, now I've got actual cars and people for traffic. But you adapt, just like the elephants. If there's a steep hill, they'll adapt and climb it out if need be, teach the others how to do it. Just want to see which route they're going to follow, if they're going through the bush, if they're going to follow this little road. Would you have believed me if I told you there were elephants there, had you not seen them? Yes, it's incredible. Gone, just like that. Literally within 5 minutes, doop, disappear. From having been out in the open, at the water, clear as day, to just a herd of easily 20-25 elephants just disappear like that. Still one behind the bush, but still you can't see it unless you see the movement. That is impressive. Just want to check the water to see if there's maybe more that's just lagging behind the herd. While we are still here, I just want to show you this termite mound. So you can see there's a small chimney on top, and that's actually how small a termite can be, when they start out, if not smaller. And if you look at a termite, it's an incredibly small creature. And of course they've got these massive colonies, building, constructing constantly. So what they do is they actually eat swill and they sort of mix it with their spit, and then they'll construct the mounds with their mouths. And just think, if you look at all of these huge termite mounds, it takes so long for them to construct it. So as I said, they're super sufficient. They'll never stop constructing a mound and working on it unless interrupted by something like a pangolin or an aardvark or anything like that. So Yes, if you were to put your hand on this termite mound at the top, you can actually feel the heat excavating due to all of the bacteria and everything that's inside. But it's just absolutely, if you are ever fortunate enough to be on safari, please, please, please show your naturalist to show you a termite mound. It is super fascinating. Oh, I'm just so grateful we got to catch those elephants. That was literally like 5-10 minutes. They came, they left. They came, they conquered, they saw. But while I have a look out for some more elephants or anything else at Djuma, Mashata and Okokoyo, I'm going to send you back to Amakhala with Donovan and Morgan and of course their beautiful beast.
Male lion, unfortunately we haven't had any movement from him. He seems to be very comfortable in the shade there. We've luckily been able to position ourselves as well. We're sitting in the shade, so we're sharing the same experience. Yeah, so not a huge amount of activity. The wind picks up and then dips again and then picks up and dips. We've had a lot of bird activity. That greater honey guide is still calling constantly. Had a southern chugra as well as quite a few African pipits, which are one of your smaller brown birds. There's one running around now. Oh, it's not very easy to...
It's too far back, won't be able to get it.
Oh, okay. No worries. It's running around on the ground. And then I said southern chugra. Yes, I did. But not a huge amount of activity. I thought there was a giraffe that we saw earlier when we started off our drive, and I thought maybe it was heading in this direction, but it hasn't showed up just yet. But we will sit here and be patient. This little pipit is running around and eating. I can't actually tell what it's eating. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too far back, so as soon as it comes a bit more forward, it looks like it's eating little flies. Can you see it there? Cute little things. Probably the most common pipit that we see on the reserve. And what makes it a little bit easier to identify is those very bold markings or the streaking on the breast, as well as the excuse me, the sort of pinkish yellow legs. Sorry. You see that one sitting with its beak open, trying to keep itself nice and cool. Let's see if it'll catch something. It's not making your job very easy, Morgan, is he? So they'll mainly eat insects, be their primary diet, so not one particular insect, but any insect in general. And they will often, what they'll do is the males, because they are territorial, they will fly up. If you're driving through their territory, it's not particularly aimed at us, but they will fly up really, really high while calling, and then almost rocket themselves back down. Okay? So sort of rocket themselves back down and then land in the area of their territory, and then I'll sit there continuously calling. They are also monogamous, meaning they will mate for life. Sorry about that. I had the radio on set very high by mistake. So 50. I've never monitored them closely enough in that regard, in terms of sleeping patterns, but lions in general will sleep between 16 and 20 hours a day. So if a male is going around marking his territory, so doing his patrols that he requires to let other males know that this is his home, he will sleep a bit less in those times. But when they are back at the pride, it'll generally be quite even, at least in my experiences that I've seen. I can hear that Nediki again, but I cannot find it. Just gonna have a look to see if I can find that Nediki. Oh, there it is. Literally, that. So, so birding is incredibly fun. I love seeing birds and just watching them, learning their behaviors and things. But it can be incredibly frustrating as well. You spend the time looking and looking, you see it, you think, oh, cool. Okay, now you try and get your camera out to take a photo or a video of it doing its thing and it flies away. But nothing we can do about that, so just got to be better prepared next time. Whew. Big gusts of wind coming through. That lion has picked a very good spot, being on the opposite side of the tree from where the wind is coming. So he's sheltered from the wind, lying in the shade. Must be nice and cool there. Oh, the pipit is back. Hither they can. They will generally smell them. Sometimes they might see them. If the other predator's downwind of them, they will figure out that both of them are there. So they'll either see them or smell them or hear them, and then if it's, for instance, this male here, this is his territory. If there was another male that had to come here, he would probably get up and chase him away, because this is his home, and that other male is intruding. So yes, they do pick up when there are other predators in the area. You see this? I don't think you'll get it. It's like 2 meters away from us. This little African pipit is running around eating these little. They kind of look like some sort of wasp. I can't tell. They're flying too quickly. But this pipit is absolutely loving it. It's almost like a free meal for him. So all those little, what kind of looks like grass, these little succulent things that are just below where the line is. You can slightly see them. Lighter sort of green, not as dark as grass would be. That is a type of vechi, so a little succulent plant, and they get this little purple flower. There are so many different species that I wouldn't be able to count. They'll get a little flower, and then the bees will pollinate those flowers, and once that's obviously pollinated, then they just carry on with what they're doing.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
That lion has definitely got the right idea. If you're sitting in the sun and there's no breeze, it's very warm. We're going to continue sitting with this lion. Hopefully the cubs pop out. But in the meantime, let's head you over to Lisa in Ukokoyo.
Thank you, Donovan. Those animals camouflage so well. I mean, if you were on a bushwalk and someone did not tell you, by the way, there's a lion there, you would walk right over that cat. It's so incredible how well they camouflage. But we are still at Ukokoyo, of course, keeping an eye out on our other waterholes as well, but it seems like Ukokoyo is the place to be today. I always find it so interesting how the springbok and the oryx specifically just love getting right into the water. The wildebeest, the zebras, they'll also get in, but they'll sort of more stay on the shallow end. But the springbok and specifically the oryx, they just love it. They're like, nope, we're going in. Gotta risk it to get the biscuit. However, that would probably also be me. If I was an animal, I'll probably just get full on in. And of course, these animals must know there is no current crocodile activity or anything like that here, cause... Ooh. What happened? Tell us, we would like to see. Have a look, because that was a very sudden reaction from everyone. So I'm not sure if there's an elephant perhaps coming to the water. But that was very abrupt. But of course, you know, if one animal reacts, all of them will react most of the time, because you never know what it is. So, I mean, they can't not react and then potentially run into a lion or a crocodile or whatever the case is, wherever they are and the circumstances surrounding them are. But yes, generally, if one animal reacts, then all of them will sort of react, even if it was just like getting a fright or something. Two beautiful young kudu bulls as well amongst the kudu, the antelope just behind the zebras. See, they are still young due to their horns. They still have to spiral a bit, also become a bit bigger and longer. But it truly is such an incredible animal. All of these animals, I mean, if you look at how different all of them are. The zebras with, of course, you know, their funky stripes. The kudus also have stripes, helping them with camouflage. But then also the oryx. What a weird animal. Look at those horns, the facial markings, everything. And yet it works. The springbok. I also always used to call them the ghost antelope when I was little. When my father and I would go on safari, I would tell him I want to see the spookbokkies. Because in Afrikaans, spook means ghost. And I always said they are the ghost antelope because of their white faces. How lucky are we just to be able to observe these animals, listen to them, just check them out, watch them be. It's really, I don't know about you guys, but for me it's such a privilege. And I hope that I don't have children, but like my niece and the next generation and the next generation, you know, hopefully will also be still able to observe animals in this manner. Naturally, you know, let them be just as nature intended. Adam, thank you so much for your question and getting in touch with us. We love hearing from all of you. You would like to know how many foals would a zebra have, or can a zebra have? So again, as I say, in nature, nothing is impossible. The norm for them is generally just to have one foal. However, there has been cases recorded of twins. That being said, you know, of course, there will be a weaker one or smaller one. Just like you have a rat in a litter of cubs, for instance. There's always a smaller and a weaker one. But generally, they will just have one foal, and they carry their young for 1 year exactly. And then they'll give birth any time, hopefully, from now on up to like February. But with animals, it's interesting, you know, generally as soon as the first animal, it's like us getting into the pool. As soon as the first one have done it, you know, the rest will also go with it. So generally, as soon as you see the first foal or the first lamb or whatever the case is, the first calf of the season, then the other animals will also generally start dropping their young. And to this day, I've done quite a bit of research on it, and there are so many theories and hypotheses around it, but I would like to know, is it a conscious thing? Like, do they then, well, the rest are doing it, let me do it now as well? Is it an instinctive thing? Is it something they can or cannot control? I'm yet to find that out. But yes, just one foal and utterly adorable. Zebra babies are just the cutest things. It truly does look like a mini migration of some sorts. Mini migration on the moon. It's a cool band name. I think I'm doing that. And watch all of them follow that exact same game path. That is always just so astonishing to me, even though I've seen it time and again. How do they know? How do they know, okay, well, this road must surely be safe. It's been used by a lot of other animals. Of course, it's probably more comfortable as well. I guess it's the same with us as well. I don't know where you are joining us from today, but if you know what a pothole is, surely you've been to South Africa. And I guess we are the same. I know when I often went on leave, when I was still working in Greater Kruger, driving back to Johannesburg to come see my family, that road was full of potholes. And eventually, you know, you get into such a rhythm. But it was always funny because I drove the road quite often. You know, people would generally follow me because you more or less get to know where the potholes were, even though there was a new one every single time. But I guess that's the same for the animals, you know. They know, okay, well, this is a more comfortable road because it's probably been smoothed out. Your animals such as these that have hooves don't really have to worry about like rocks and stuff like that. But I guess that is also why cats, for instance, prefer walking on roads as opposed to in the bush, unless they're hunting or stalking something, because it's been cleared, it's open, it's comfortable. So I guess the same goes for the animals with the game paths. And again, just coming back to what I touched on this morning, you know, if I had one superpower, it would definitely be able to chat to animals and understand them. But my question is again, I think my question with everything in nature is, how do they know? Yes, of course, they've got scents and pheromones and all of that smelling right now, because if you look at this picture, it's so peaceful, they're all living in peace and harmony. But if lions were to approach now, they would definitely know. So is it because of the smell? Of course it's because of the smell, but what in the smell tells them this is a predator? It's so fascinating, and there's so many things that we are yet to still discover and learn about in nature, and that it excites me so much, because even in comparison, you know, for the time that I've done this professionally, of course, I've always been a animal addict since I was young. But in comparison to what I've learned over all of this time and everything I'm still yet to learn, and there are still things, you know, even beyond my grave one day that I will never have learned. Because nature is just an absolute mystery, and that is just so cool to me. Like these zebras, for instance. Is it one herd? Is it different herds? But anyway, while I ponder, I'm going to send you over to Andrew in Kariga, and we can see what he's up to.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Yeah, we are just out here, just by Scotia Dam, and we have a lot of blesbuck that have now decided to sit down here. And there's the odd warthog there as well. And then right in the middle, if you have a look, there is a blue wildebeest that is choosing just to get some comfort with a nice group of blesbuck all around him. Look at this. Some of them are lying with their heads down. It's very seldom you actually see this. Usually when animals are extremely hot and exhausted, then they might lie down like this. But by saying that, you'll notice that some of them are standing up and they are watching. So while some sleep, others are going to definitely watch and keep a visual of the environment. I just want to see if I can't get closer to this wildebeest. This is a nice big bull wildebeest over there. What I've always found interesting about the wildebeest, but mainly blue wildebeest, is they're often in their territories, because they are alone, they will like to just hang around some other species of antelopes, such as what we have now, the blesbuck. But in the event that danger does arise and the blesbuck decide to run off as a group, you do find that the wildebeest will chase after them and literally runs in between the group. And this causes the blesbuck to scatter off on the sides, and that creates other opportunities for the predator or the threat other than the wildebeest himself. So he does have a strategy for that. And then also, by hanging around a whole lot of other animals, if an alarm sound is let out, the wildebeest, being alone, being territorial, he's going to want to hear that alarm sound. It's a very peaceful sighting. So in the distance I am seeing some buffaloes coming out of the Albany thickets towards this open plains environment just behind me, and I think definitely it's going to turn out to be a good visual of them in the near future. Okay, let's just take a look at these warthogs over here. There they go, just enjoying that short grass over there. Have a look at that. It's becoming very nice and green at the moment with all the rainfall that's been falling upon the area in the last few days. And just seeing it from yesterday and today, it's a lot greener than what it was yesterday. And if you actually have a look, and I'm zoomed into the max, but if you have a look at that young warthog that's on its wrists, you'll notice those thick white whiskers on the sides of their faces there. So often enough when they're young and they don't have the tusks yet, they form these tushes. The term is actually called a tusher, and those are thick white bristly hairs that actually forms the shape of a tusk, so that if there are predators around watching, hopefully for the warthog it does create a moment of confusion with the threat, and that just might give it a chance just to zip into a hole or run into the bush. Look at them. Now I must say I've seen some very big warthog out here. There's also bush pig that do occur out here in Kariega Game Reserve. Just you'll have to go out at night to see them. But you never know, on these colder winters, the late afternoon, I have noticed bush pig do like to come out as well. It's all got to do with the conditions. If the conditions are perfect to come out, then why not? You see that bushbuck, sorry, that nyala just walking in the background there. Let me just focus. Right, I think let me try and reposition, see if we can't get some buffaloes as they come down. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Lisa in Ukukuyo, Namibia.
What an awesome sighting, Andrew. It's always so interesting to see all of the animals together, as we have been doing the same pretty much the whole morning on Escape to Nature. Ukukuyo has really blessed us this morning with a lot of activity, all from the different species. But it's always cool to see the different species, not necessarily actively interacting, but just existing, coexisting. And always fun to see the warthogs as well. I like them. Very fascinating animals to observe. But hopefully you see your buffalo, and you can show us some more animals. Those beautiful animals. I always get so excited when I see animals there in the distance, in the tree line, because you never know what else might be coming. Perhaps a rhino or an elephant. I'm not picky. I'm happy with anything we see today. But how exciting, not knowing what today entails. What's going to happen? What are we going to see? Are we going to see some action? Are we just going to see the animals in peace and harmony? I think that's what I love most about a safari, is you never know what's going to happen. I always told my guest, because my guest would often, do you think we should go out tomorrow morning, even if it rains and even if the weather looks like this and this? And I always say to them, you know what? Let's rather go out and see nothing as opposed to sleeping in and, the other naturalist and their guests coming back saying, you will not believe what we saw. And that to me was the exhilarating thing going on safari. Like, you have no idea what's going to happen. What a beautiful day. But I think in the meantime, let us see what is happening in Amakhala.
So this male lion gave us a little bit of false hope. He lifted his head slightly and sat up for a little bit and then went straight back to sleep. So hopefully he'll do it again soon. So we will just sit and wait. He does keep it adjusting, so he's moving. I think he's trying to get more into the shade. You can see sort of looks like his back legs are starting to get quite warm in the sun there, so hopefully he will get up and move, even if it's just a little bit more into the shade, so we can see him moving. It'll be rather nice.
Halloween is now nearing. Creepy things keep appearing. They call me Pumpkin Ben, and this is my skeleton friend. Who might they be? Come along and you will see. We'll be talking about creepies and crawlies galore, and by the end of it, you'll be wishing no more. So come one and all, if you don't feel too scared, to our fireside chat on Halloween. Beware.
You're going to lie in the more open shade spot? Oh, right through the thorns. Luckily he's got that big thick mane. Hmm. He's oh. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, he wanted to be more in the shade, but I'm really glad that he didn't walk around the tree or go into the middle of the bush, because then we wouldn't have been able to see him. So it's a good thing that he stayed relatively in the open. cubs and mom must have found a nice spot down close to their den site. I don't know where it is, and you can't see it from where we are sitting at the moment, and you can't see it from the other side of the riverbed either. But it's definitely below where this male is now, so they might have found. They're probably just lying in the shade down there, and the cubs probably sleeping. Mom might be doing the same. He probably came out because he heard us arrive, and then all of a sudden it went very quiet while we were just being patient for him, being patient and waiting for him to come out. And he wanted to investigate, and now he knows we're here, so he wants to be out so that he can see what we're doing in our movements. Remy, that all depends on how much patience that male has. So there are, well, not necessarily just patience, but it's a very broad answer, but it could take him 2 minutes where something walks right in front of him and makes it easy for him, or it could take him an hour, 2 hours of stalking to get close enough where he's comfortable to make an attempt. Or it could potentially take longer. You never actually know. Got some crows circling over here. Lost it. So those tail flicks that male was doing, and he was doing earlier, is getting flies off of him that was pestering him a little bit. So if they're not annoying him, then he just leaves them. But if he gets a bit frustrated, they use their tail. Tail's a very long tuft of hair at the end that when mom is walking through the plains or through some grass, like longer grass or reeds or anything like that, then the cubs will stay right behind her, and her tail will be low enough and curled up so that big tuft of black hair at the end will be visible for the cubs. It'll be eye level, so that's what they will follow when they're following mom down either the road or anywhere that mom wants to go and take them with. Oh, the wind's getting hot.
Hot.
That wind was hot. Wasn't so nice. So he came out of the bush down on the left there. So there must be a big pathway that runs through there, because you can't actually see it from here, but where he came out of, I can imagine that those, like mom and the cubs, wouldn't be too far down there. They could just be lying behind the big tree and we can't see them. So Olivia, they probably get to about just over a year old. So probably between 12 months and 16 months old, and they'll start to be more involved, not necessarily killing the prey, but they will be there watching even from before that. But then that's when their mom will start to say to them, okay, come along, you do this and this and this. And they've got their ways of communicating, whether it's vocal or by ear flicks or tail movements. It's quite interesting to watch. You see it with cheetah as well. I've seen the mom cheetah use her tail to sort of tell the cubs which way to go. It's quite clever. I'd never seen it before, so I was very surprised when I did see it. I can imagine that a lioness would do the same for her cubs, and then once they obviously start to get older and older and older, then they will be more and more involved, and eventually it might be just them that's doing it, and mom can take a chill for a little while. Hmm? Mm. Victoria, there are quite a lot of birds making a noise, but one of the loudest ones at the moment is a greater honey guide, like a whistle, and then there is a nediki that is sitting relatively close to us that is also quite loud. You can hear a bar-throated apellis as well, so there are lots and lots of species of birds around. Cape turtle dove or a ring-necked dove. Heard an African hoopoe as well. So very busy here today. And those birds could be relatively far away, but it's coming from the direction that the wind is blowing, so the sound is traveling further. Ooh, strong winds coming through now. Apologize for any wind noise that's coming through on the microphones. Getting some quite strong gusts coming through. Alright, so we'll continue sitting here listening to bird calls and waiting for this male to hopefully decide to get up. Or maybe the cubs will come out, but in the meantime we're going to go over to Lisa with the Djuma Dam Cam.
Hello, hello, hello. We are at Djuma, and of course the animals are hiding. We've got some impalas though, just behind the bush. Let me just see if we can get to them. They are really doing a good job at hiding today. I promise they are there. They are just behind the bush. So, of course, as I mentioned earlier, when it is overcast like this, a lot of the animals will tend to rather stay deeper into the bush or just have some form of shelter for should it start storming or raining or anything. They do, of course, have shelter. But also you can see there's a fairly light breeze, so it might be a bit cooler for them. So that way they just sort of block the wind as much as they can, as opposed to being out in the open where they are exposed, number one. Number two, of course, when it is windy, they can, of course, be easily ambushed by predators. So this is also another form of just hiding and defending themselves. So again, a lot of your animals will, rather head into the bush when it is windy. Specifically animals that can potentially become prey to any predators. They'll just sort of huddle deeper into the bush. And the main reason for that is, as I mentioned, they are sheltered now. But also when it's windy, you'll see this a lot with elephants as well, buffalo, rhino. When it's windy and they can't specifically, determine where noises and smells and all of that are coming from, they will rather have something between themselves and the predators. Because if something does ambush them, this is why we often see, on overcast days and on rainy and windy days, your predators tend to be more active because they know the prey can't really hear or smell where they're coming from. But of course, this is not always the case. Alrighty, just want to have a look, see what else is around. Just look at them. I know we have seen them today already, but I mean really. They're so fluffy. And just look at that. Mom starts walking and instinctively, another one will get up and another one and another one, and they'll all follow because, oh, that was a good stretch. Oh, man. Little chickie, I felt that. Oh, did you see the expression on its face? Like it was pure bliss. I haven't had a good stretch like that in a long time. I thought they're going to get up now. But no, it seems like just mommy and the one are going to bond now. Which is odd, you know. Generally, if one starts moving, they'll all start moving. Maybe just because she is still in range. They are lying in a little bit. Just 5 more minutes, Mom. We'll come now. Just 5 minutes. And then there's always one that listens to Mom. Setting a good example for the other siblings. That used to be me in my family. I don't know if it still is. Just want to see what their reaction is going to be now. Because, you know, obviously the further she starts to wander, I guess, the more of them will follow. But as we have learned many a times, time and again, Mother Nature does whatever she wants. We do not know what's going on in these creatures' minds. Jess, I believe you are asking if Egyptian geese... Terry, sorry, goodness. That does not remotely sound the same, Lisa. Terry, my apologies. You're asking if Egyptian geese are migratory. For the most part, no. But again, you know, this does differ from area to area. For the most part, they are not, no. They are fairly common. You know, when they've settled in one area, they'll more or less stay there. But no, they are not really one of your migratory birds. They tend to stick around. Very noisy birds, though. Just see how quickly they disappear. If we are not that close to them, you don't even know they are there. Just want to have one last look-see around. See if no one else is gracing us with a presence. You see, this is the perfect weather for predator. Come on. Leopard, lion, whoever would like to show up. One of my best sightings I've ever had were 2 female lions hunting a kudu whilst it was raining. Not hard. The weather was literally like this and it was just slightly drizzling. And again, it was one of those days where you were like, not sure if we're going to see anything today. Righty. The animals do seem to be still hiding here at Djuma. But of course, as always, I will keep an eye on the water and the surroundings for us here. But in the meantime, let's head over to our beautiful sunny Okukuyo. I'm just honestly, I think Okukoyo is like the black sheep of of all the locations, because it's literally always doing the opposite as the other water holes. In the evenings, you know, when everyone is already on infrared, Okukoyo is still like not sunny, but like the sun hasn't set yet. Today as well, like our other locations seem to be, well, more or less overcast and sort of rainy, apart from Amakala and Kariga, I mean our waterhole locations. And again, Okukoyo is just like, nope, I'm not doing that. I didn't get the memo, I'll be sunny today. Which of course I'm not complaining about. I'm really just still holding my breath for some elephants to come have a nice swim session. Joyce, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know if there are any antelope that are not water dependent. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, elands, which is not something we see right here, here right now. But for the most part, most of the animals we see here currently are water dependent. Another animal that is not water dependent, it's not an antelope, but is a warthog. Your pumbas. But it's fairly interesting. I mean, all of the animals we see at Okukoyo constantly, those would be your, of course, your water-dependent animals. But yes, definitely your eland, your warthog. Some animals can actually go for days without water, which is weird. I'm speculating, and I could be wrong, but this zebra, the younger one to the right, its mane seems a little iffy. Now, it could just be because of age, I'm not sure. It's a little bit difficult to tell from just here. But with zebras, earlier on we touched on their digestive system and, you know, the fact that they are very gassy. They've got an extra organ called a cecum. But with zebras, you can actually never tell their condition by looking at their stomach. I know, it's just the way that foal was standing. But with zebras, they always look full and bloated and like well fed. Because they are gassy, that creates that, you know, sort of bloated effect on them. So if you want to see if a zebra's fine, or if you ever see a zebra with its mane or the hair on the neck that sort of like is more fluffy and not so coiffed and sort of lies down on the neck, then you know they're definitely either sick or malnutritioned or something is wrong with them.
This week, our hearts are heavy as we acknowledge the passing of one of the big cats of the Wild Earth family. Blondie the lion has been with us for many years as we have followed on his journey with the Avoca males. In celebrating Blondie's life and legacy, I will be hosting an AMA. Sign up to be an explorer, and you can ask me anything in honor of Blondie.
So if you missed that, we are doing a bird call challenge. I have imitated this bird call many a times before on Escape to Nature. Tried, I should say. But please let me know what your guesses are to which bird makes this noise or call. Let me know what you think. Of course, I will share the correct answer with all of you. But it's always, for me personally, when I heard that for the first time, it did not make sense. The call did not match the bird, and I was upset because how can such a beautiful bird make such a horrible noise? So remember to send me your guesses to which bird call that was. I will patiently and very anxiously wait for you. But in the meantime, let's see what's happening with Donovan and Morgan on Amakhala.
To figure out what bird call Lisa is playing there, but we got very lucky and this female decided to pop out. So this is mom of the cubs. So hopefully they come out. She came out of the river line from a completely different direction. We did not expect it to come out from there. We were watching the male looking sort of off to our left hand side to see if she would pop out there, and all of a sudden Morgan just says, "Oh, there's the female." So I look around and think, "Where?" And he says, "On the right." So yeah, she came out from that side, which is interesting. I guess I was probably wrong as to where the den is, unless she walked below us in the riverline and popped up here. But again, I'm not 100% sure. But still fantastic that she came out. So maybe the chances have increased that these cubs will come out now. This wind is definitely cooling it down a lot. It's currently 26 degrees Celsius, but it doesn't feel like it is, which is great thanks to this wind. She looks like she's breathing quite heavily. Just trying to look in that bush just behind her to see maybe if there's some little heads poking out, but there doesn't seem to be anything just yet. She does look quite tired. Ronnie, they wouldn't necessarily have the exact same color, but they will be similar. Some might be a more darker or call it a deeper orange, and others will have a lighter orange. I haven't seen any with any very different colored eyes. Some of them look like a bit more yellow, but nothing. Oh, blue. Oh, okay. Morgan says he's seen a lion with blue eyes. That's very cool. At Ngala. That's very cool. I didn't know that they would have blue eyes. That would be quite an interesting thing to see. Quite a contrast between their sort of beige, creamy, light-colored skin or fur, and then having blue eyes. What did you think when you first saw a lion with blue eyes? Was it strange, or were you kind of expecting it? Did you know that he had blue eyes? Or she? Okay.
Strange thing with tawny with blue.
Okay. So, I don't know if you guys could hear Morgan there. His wind is a bit strong. He's saying it was strange seeing tawny lions, so your sort of normal coloured lions with blue eyes, and they were also with the white lions in Ngala. I would love to see a lion with blue eyes. I think it would be very cool. For any of the photographers out there, I imagine that would be, well, not just photographers actually, but anybody. It would be kind of interesting thing to see if you normally see them with similar color eyes to what their body or their fur color is, and then seeing something completely different must be quite interesting. My shirt is flapping in the wind. It sounds like I'm on a sailboat. She keeps, or at least it looks like she's sort of looking down to her right hand side, so she could be checking on her cubs. So they Those cubs could have been very, very close. They could still be like right there, but we just can't see them just because this started. So where she's sitting now, it starts to dip down and go towards the river line. So if they're lying 2 meters away from her down the slope, even if they are standing up and moving around, the chances of seeing them is quite small. Hopefully she either goes and calls them, or if she's allowing them now to start moving a little bit more independently, then maybe they will come up. Oh. Is there something there? Don't know. You see something? Huh. My sail for a shirt is still flapping in the wind. Apologize for any wind noise that might be coming through. Trying to keep the mic as hidden from the wind as possible, but it seems to be changing directions quite a bit. She's a beautiful cat. Well, she's about 3.5 years old, and this is her first litter of cubs. So first time moms for lions will usually have either 2 or 3 cubs, and then as they have more and more litters, that number sometimes increases by 1, maybe 2, but then I think it would probably only have about 5, maybe 6 cubs. Anything more than that is a bit of a struggle. Imagine having seven little lions running around. It must be quite a handful. I don't know if it would be super easy, to be honest. It might be put a lot of stress and strain on mom. But we'll see. Hopefully her next litter will either be the same or a few more, but that'll probably only be in the next maybe 2-3 years. So their gestation period, so the length of time that they are pregnant for, lions is 110 days, so just over 3 months. And the reason for that is when they are hunting, they've got so much extra weight when they are pregnant that they need to sort of get the cubs out so that they can be more agile and lighter on their feet, in a sense, for hunting purposes. So lion cubs will be born blind, and they will then be stashed in a den. So that den isn't necessarily a hole in the ground. It might be in a rocky outcrop, or if there's a big massive tree that has fallen over, or a big thick bush that mom has found that she feels like it's safe to leave them there, then she'll do that. She'll try and hide them as much as possible, and they'll probably be in the den for about 4 to 6 weeks roughly, and then mom will start to bring them out so that they can start to learn their surroundings. Eventually they will get to the point where they move all over the place and don't really go back to the den site, but rather stay there. Essentially their den site will become anywhere that mom is, so like a mobile home. And yeah, so hopefully these little ones are becoming a bit more adventurous and start to come out and show themselves. She's getting blown around by the wind. She seems like she's breathing quite heavily. Can you see how she's breathing quite a lot? Yeah. So that could have been from her having the cubs feed, and now she's lost a lot of energy from that. So she's moving as little as possible and just taking a break. So there is a potential that the cubs could come up, or she could get up and go back down to them once she's had her little rest. But all we have to do is wait. Patience pays off. That male is still fast asleep there. I think I can see an ear. So a lot of the times lions will spend a good majority of their day sleeping, roughly 16 to between 16 and 20 hours a day. Now you can see his ear. He is shifting ever so slightly. So yeah, they sleep for a long time. So it's not uncommon to have oh, there we go, slight movement. Not uncommon to have lion sightings where they are just sleeping, especially at the warmer times of day. We're lucky at the moment with this wind. It is cooling down. The real feel is a lot lower than what the actual temperature is. The temperature is 26 degrees Celsius. So if it wasn't windy and it was just hot, and they would be lying in as the thickest sort of bit of shade that they could, less. Samantha, they will either mom or dad. In this case, so it's just this male and female, and then the cubs. But one of them will stay behind at the moment. One of them will stay behind. But as the cubs get older, then mom and dad are able to communicate to them and like essentially just tell them to stay there, stay where they are. That does pose a risk. So if there could potentially be something that's around, then if the adults think that there is something around, then they will one of them will stay behind. But if they feel like they've stashed their cubs well enough, then they won't go too far, to be honest. But at the moment, one of them will definitely stay behind. Well, we had the other day, we had the mom went on a little walkabout. She was probably about maybe 1.5 kilometers away from the den, but the male stayed here. Snoozy lion. I'm surprised she's still got her head up. I think she would have flopped over by now. She flopped over earlier and then sat up again. So you'd think that she would have flopped over again, but I guess not. Justin, they can eat meat from 3 months old. No, 2 months old, if I'm not mistaken. 3 months. It's between 2 and 3 months. I'm not very good at remembering dates of things, unfortunately. Not my strong suit. So, yeah, they'll get to that sort of age, 2 to 3 months. They'll start to eat meat. Once they've started to leave the den a bit more, then mom will kill something, leave it there, come back, fetch them, take them to the kill, wherever it may be. Fred, I would say their strongest sense... that's a difficult one. So you often see them sitting looking over big plains on a high point, but also see them moving at an incredible pace over in a valley where they can't see far, but they can smell and they can hear. So I don't think they have one sense that is particularly stronger than the rest. I think they use their smell, their hearing, and their sight all as equally as possible, and then sort of focus on one more when they need it. So if they're sitting on top of a cliff or on a hill, and there's big open span, vast area in front of them, then they will use their eyesight. If they're in thickest bush, they will use both their hearing as well as their smell. So yeah, I would say they have those three are definitely the strongest, but I don't think there is one in particular that is particularly stronger than the rest. I have a feeling that those cubs are sitting just down from her on the slope, and every time she looks over there, it might be from one of them moving, probably. Oh, a periscope would be perfect now. Sitting looking like in a submarine. That would be fantastic. It means we could see over the top of that little hill. Nediki has been here the whole time we've been here, and we've seen it once. The Nediki is a very small little bird. It's part of the Cisticula or Cisticola family. It used to be called a piping Cisticula or Cisticola. Bluish sort of plumage with a bit of a rufous or orangey coloured head. Very, very small. Medium length tail, very loud, as well as eats insects. Oof, the wind is getting strong.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at June. never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in nature.
Ooh, he smells something. So pointing the nose to the sky is usually an indication that they're trying to get. There's some scent in the air that he's trying to pick up on. Still sniffing. Alright, so we're going to head you guys over to Lisa with the Djuma Dam Cam and see if she's got anything interesting to show you guys.
Thank you, Donovan. We have got a grey heron on the Djuma Dam Cam. Very, very cool. Potentially seeing something. But yes, this heron has been trying its utmost best to get a fish. It was very close and then I think it just missed it or something. But of course, you know, as they move through the water like this, they'll sort of disturb the fish and then hopefully get a good grab on one. Just waiting for him to turn around. They're really, really beautiful birds. For me personally, I've always loved photographing them. And you can see it's literally walking with so much precision, planning, checking. Because, of course, they don't want to run through the water, so they'll scare away the fish. So, just by doing it this sort of slowly, just checking, keeping an eye out, hopefully, then it can grab one. I would really be so happy if we get to see a kill today, even if it is just a heron getting a fish. Benjamin, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know what is the difference between a blue and a grey heron, if I'm not mistaken. So you get various herons. You get the black-headed heron, you get the green-backed heron, you get the Goliath heron. This heron is the grey heron. So it depends on what heron you look at. But a lot of the times it will be based on their looks. So in other words, their plumage, their color. And then, of course, distribution also plays a massive role when you are a birder in general. Where they are distributed, are they... Ooh, did he get something? Oh. I got so excited there. Thought he perhaps got something. Just want to follow him a few meters further and then we'll see what else is around. Because of course, you know, you can carry on like this the whole day, just looking for food. I think he did get something, perhaps an insect or something. And of course, you know, water holes, but specifically rain as well. A lot of the birds think it's Christmas when rain season starts, whether it's in the bushveld or in other locations as well. Because of course, you know, the rain sort of pushes the creepy crawlies and everything out from under the ground. So then a lot of the birds have an absolute feast. Want to check one last time what he's doing, and then we'll have a look-see, see what else is around. Ta-dum. Ta-dum. Ta-dum, 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 ta-dum. Come on, bird, get something. See, I would not be able to be a bird, specifically a heron, if I had to wait that long to get something to eat and plan so much and have so much strategy. But I guess everything's got its pros and its cons. A predator also has to stalk and, you know, sort of ambush its prey, just like this heron. Whereas if you're an impala, you just sort of walk along and feed on your grass. However, then again, you could potentially become a meal at any time. So I guess everyone's got their pros and cons. Righty, let's have a look-see and see what else is around. We will come back to our heron. Hopefully in 5 years he's got a fish. Just want to have a look-see, see what is going on perhaps around the water hole. As many of you know by now, I like to just always double check the surroundings. Because often you think there's nothing around, specifically at a big water hole like this. You might be focused on one area and then there's some animals just across the water hole or just deeper into the bush. Oh, there's our Egyptian geese. Alrighty, but I will keep an eye on our Juma cam, of course, as always. Of course, I will be checking as well if our heron has successfully caught something. I think let's actually just take one last look and make sure. It seems he has disappeared, he or she. I'm not sure, unless I'm overlooking it. Nope, there he is. But it does not seem like he's been successful yet. So as I said, I will of course keep an eye out for us. But in the meantime, let's head over to Ukukweyo and see what's happening there. Oh, and it is just still such a beautiful day here. I literally cannot get over it. It's so, so beautiful today. So earlier on, we did do a bird call challenge. I'm not sure if any of you have been able to get the bird yet. If you have, let me know. But as I mentioned, beautiful bird, weird call. Like, you cannot match the two at all. And then, of course, as soon as we get our first correct guess, I will play it for you guys again. I am honestly a sucker for zebra. It is just the weirdest but most fascinating animal. I shouldn't say most, because I of course think everything is fascinating out in the bush. But no, these animals are really, it's so quirky, especially the oryx as well. Like, why those horns, why those facial markings? But of course, Mother Nature has a reasons for everything. Now, just a reminder, this is completely live and interactive. So please send me your questions, comments. Let me know what you would like to see, what you would like us to look for, chat about, which animal noises you would like me to imitate. But now, after all, this is your safari, so we want you guys to enjoy it and have fun and, of course, simultaneously learn, because that is the beauty about nature. I think it's one of the very few things in today's life that you can actually learn from and be educated and entertained simultaneously, which is incredible for me. I find that a lot of people nowadays, we don't want to be educated or told anything if we are not rewarded or, entertained at the same time. Which is the cool thing about nature. There's always something to learn. Even for us as naturalists, there's always something we have not yet seen or smelled or heard. For instance, I myself am still yet to see oryxes in the wild. I have actually never seen them out in the wild in Africa. I have in the United States, believe it or not, but not in Africa. I can't believe how many zebra we are actually seeing today. This is by far the most zebra I've seen in one day at Ukokoyo. And of course, every day I could be looking at the same zebras over and over and over. They might just be hitting replay. But no, it's always fascinating, when you compare one day to another with regards to the amount of different animals, the different interactions, the different species you have seen. I think that is perhaps why we are not part of the animal bingo. They know we would ace it. However, I guess it would not be fair because we're not looking for animals. We have the opportunity to just wait for them to come to us and observe them undisturbed. Sorry. I wanted to say cannot and can't, and then I don't know what happened. It unraveled. But they can't hear us, of course. So, we are not at all disturbing them. They don't have to listen to my silly voice. They can just do what they do best. And as I mentioned earlier, as I did mention earlier on as well, it's really so amazing, that we get to see these animals as we are. Because, for instance, I don't know, future generations, and I always said this to guests on safari as well, when we did have the privilege of seeing a rhino, and specifically, seeing rhinos with their horns still intact. It's always so special to see these animals, specifically this scene as well that we're witnessing right now. I don't know if future generations in 10, 20, 30, 50 years will have the opportunity to see animals like this, because I do believe strongly as a naturalist and a conservationist, if we do not take care of animals and do what we can, then unfortunately, the end result in many years will unfortunately have to be rehabilitation centers and areas where they are in, fenced areas, fenced reserves and all of that, so that people can still, ensure their safety and their numbers as well. So just to see them like this in the wild is so cool for me. Honestly, I love it. So just for those of you that were not with us earlier, I did a bit of a bird call challenge. Now this bird is very beautiful. It is a summer migrant, and their call does not at all match their looks. So please do let me know what bird makes this call. And believe it or not, that is not a very big bird. They are very noisy. They can be if they need to be. But yes, I'm sure many birders will know the answer. So if you do think you know what bird makes that call, please do give me a shout. Let me know what are your thoughts. And our kudus are also coming back. The beautiful antelopes to our left, who are walking away now, very rude. Fascinating to see some of the animals just, sort of using their own path, coming out of nowhere. As I mentioned, most of them tend to, use game paths, but then you'll have one or two that are just like, nope. I will be the unique one. I guess people are the same, A lot of people tend to just sort of do the same thing, and then you'll just always have that one rebel. Well, not rebel, but just one that is completely different to the others. I always find it so fascinating, we are so different to animals, and yet I think in many ways we can relate to them. Noah, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know what animals have the highest metabolic rate. That is a fairly interesting question. I don't think I've ever been asked that. And believe me, I've been asked many strange things on safari. I would say specifically all antelope that are ruminants. So with a 4-chambered stomach, being able to regurgitate their food, because I do think that helps a lot with the digestion. So definitely them. I'm just trying to think, because always we get this super interesting questions on Escape to Nature and on safari, and then in that moment you think of something. And then as soon as you go home, you're like, oh, but this and this and this and this and this. So I will definitely have a ponder about it as well, and then get back to you. But yes, in short, I would say antelope that are ruminants with a 4-chambered stomach, having been so successful in terms of regurgitating their food, getting as much nutrients as possible. That is my final answer.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
I could literally just sit here the whole day and just listen to all of this. Alrighty, I do believe we have some answers for our bird call challenge. So, if I'm not mistaken, SA Birder, and as I did mention, if you are a birder, you would definitely have gotten it correct. Lilac breasted roller, yes, indeed, indeed. And then I do believe Janice A also got it correct, guessing a lilac breasted roller. So thank you for participating and getting them correct. If you did guess it correct and I did not give you a shout as well, thank you so much. We honestly love these challenges with all of you, these games that we play. Just for you, those of you that do not know what I'm talking about. So we did a bird call challenge, and it was in fact a lilac breasted roller, which sounds like this. So please, if you do not know what a lilac breasted roller looks like, please do go look them up. It is a ridiculously beautiful bird. They are, I don't know, they're just pretty. They've got a lot of different colors to them. It's a very colorful and beautiful bird. You immediately see them when they're flying specifically, but even when they're just chilling in a tree, you can immediately see them. But I always compare them to impala because it's such a beautiful little thing until it opens its mouth. Because even an impala, you know, beautiful antelope, very graceful and elegant. And then they make almost sounds like they had too much to drink or something. So, but yes, thank you so much for participating. That was the lilac breasted roller. I love these kurus. I always call them the Mickey Mouse antelope. So just a kind reminder, if you were not able to watch the full Escape to Nature and you missed out on, you know, something interesting potentially, and I actually gave this to my father the other day as well, because he was like, I can't watch the whole thing. I can't listen to you for that long. So I told him, you know what, just download the app and you can actually watch the highlights and the best bits. Not just from Escape to Nature, you know, but from Sunrise Safari, Sunset Safari. So please, if you have not yet done that, download our app. It is super cool and super easy to use. Just want to make sure if that big black bird in that tree is just a crow. You know, the other day I thought that, and I thought, no, it's just a crow. And it was actually a black-chested snake eagle. Not saying that's what it is now. I'm just saying, as always, golden rule, rather make sure, yes, it's just a crow. And specifically, as I mentioned earlier, Juma with a fish eagle. A lot of the times, you know, specifically in this season, their plumage is different. Juvenile to adult is different. A lot of things are so different due to either breeding season or, you know, age. So many things. So with birds, it's always like, that's one thing I've learned very, very early on as a naturalist, is to rather make sure before you call it. Specifically when it comes to birds. If you come across a serious birder and you just call something with certainty, they will very, very quickly and easily correct you. I'm honestly, you know, I'm very, very much like Miss Lauren when it comes to, you know, just enjoying the sounds of nature as well. Just taking it all in, listening. Because I do believe that it's important to sometimes just connect, just switch off, and just listen to nature sometimes. We tend to talk over nature too much. I remember when I was working abroad, people would literally walk up to me and tell me something. I said, all right. About what? About myself, about an animal, about my culture, about South Africa. And they would literally say to you, no, anything. And I feel as people, you know, we have become so used to, you know, constantly having to be stimulated, whether it's by television, a radio, a phone, anything, that we can't just, you know, sit and enjoy either silence or, you know, a beautiful scene like this with the beautiful noises and sounds and just the scenery of nature. It truly is so special. Ooh, that zebra is throwing quite the tantrum. Can you imagine being kicked by one of those? I think not a fun experience, especially if you're a lion or something. But speaking of which, I'm going to send you over to Donovan and Morgan at Amakhala, who has found a vervet monkey.
Vervet monkeys here, and there's definitely one male in there. See, he's got some very bright blue testicles. That is, so the brighter blue they are, the more dominant that male is in the troop. The one at the back is also a male, and the one on the left hand side, I have just seen its head for a little bit, so once it stands up we'll let you know if it's male or female. So they're just foraging around now. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's pretty normal behavior to see them foraging out in the open. They often go and lift up like elephant dung, and then just eat fruits and grass seeds and all sorts of things. They also like to eat these little vygies, which is the royal carpet, like a little succulent plant. Gets a beautiful purple flower. And oh, excuse me, and then creates a bit of a carpet looking cover over the ground. So the one sitting next to the road is sitting up, almost like gone down on its haunches and grabbing little shoots of grass with seeds on them and eating that. Notice they've got that dark face. Sorry, dark face. And when they're very, very young, that their face won't be that dark or that black color. It'll be more of a pink color, as well as their ears. And their ears are also very, very, very dark. And they're very similar shape to human ears as well. I mean, in comparison to the size of their head, they've got giant ears. But they're not extremely big. Although this is not a animal that you want to mess with. They do carry quite a few diseases, so you don't want to get bitten by one of them at any point. So if you do find one in either your house or in your garden, rather just leave a window open or a door, or just leave them in your garden and let them do their thing. If you corner them, they can become relatively aggressive. They do have the biggest canine for this in comparison to the size of their head, which is crazy. There's a few more on the left, way down there in the trees. I just saw one pop out and then it disappeared back in, so maybe the rest of them will start to pop out in a little bit. Okay, no worries. I'll see if they decide to come a bit closer. They're not particularly picky eaters. They will generally eat pretty much anything. Like I said earlier, they like to lift up elephant dung, and they will find all sorts of things underneath as well as inside the elephant dung. So from little fruits, like you get prickly pears, which kind of looks like a cactus for somebody that hasn't seen one, as well as little fruits and grubs and things like that. So we're just going to enjoy these little guys for a little while, but in the meantime, let's head over to Lisa in Mashatu.
Thank you, Donovan. Oh, I love vervet monkeys. I shouldn't say love. But it's a very fascinating animal to observe on safari, you know, specifically when they see the predators as well, or even a snake or something like that. They're very, very interesting creatures to observe. Now, we do not have anything at Mashatu except for the wonderful birds. But I just wanted to show you, I've literally been monitoring, you know, Mashatu the whole morning since it's rained and everything. And there's literally been no animals yet that has come down. Not impala, not warthog, nothing. So I'm not sure if the animals are now cold, you know, and just perhaps in the bush huddling for some shelter. Or you can see even some of the water has already seeped through the soil from what we saw this morning's rain. But yes, it's been super, super fascinating. I find it so interesting. Not a single animal has come to the waterhole yet. So I don't know if they perhaps suspect or know that there is more rain coming, or what exactly the case is. It's very interesting. Can you hear the Egyptian geese? As always, very vocal, lifting their opinion. But yes, it's so fascinating, you know, apart from the swallows and the bird life that is around, I have not seen one single animal yet since this morning's rain. Ben, thank you so much for your question. Migrate. Ooh, what is that? It's a warthog. Sorry. There's a warthog just on the left of this big acacia tree in the middle. So you were asking if there's any animals that migrate when the weather changes. So migrate is a bit of a broad term, because migrate, you know, would mean very, very vast distances, like in the Masai Mara, when they literally cross rivers and all of that, you know, moving for food and water source. Moving, definitely, or traversing, I could say, definitely, you know, we saw it so many times. For instance, just on the previous reserve I was working at in the Greater Kruger, one day the elephants would be in the southwest, and the next morning you'll find them in the northeast, on the complete opposite side of the reserve, and there might have been rain or something. So in terms of that, when the weather is like this, I don't know if you mean like this gloomy and overcast or the actual rains. But of course, rain brings water. So that does help animals not to have to move so far, just because there's one water hole, for instance, in the winter that's available with water. But no, in terms of migrate, no, weather doesn't really play, from my experience and knowledge, doesn't really play a role. The reason animals migrate is for food and water resources predominantly. Just want to check that tree. I thought I saw a big bird. It's not exactly big, no. Just want to double check if we can in fact take a closer look. If not, it's all right. I could be wrong, but I actually think that was a roller, just by the wings and by the actual tail. But of course it was a little bit tricky. This weather is not really ever easy with birding, especially if you're against the grey light. Just a photography tip 101. If you're ever doing birding and you want to get a photograph of them, you are not going to be able to do it with a backdrop of a sky like this one. Alrighty, just want to take one last look around, make sure nothing is in fact around, because apparently our warthog also disappeared. I don't think I've ever been that excited about a warthog at Mashatu and not also just disappoints and disappears. No, I'm kidding. The animals will never disappoint us. We have to be grateful for everything we see. It's always so interesting on safari. Sometimes you just have a safari, where you see everything within the first hour or so. And then after that, you sort of just take it easy, see what else you can find, look for some tracks, plants. And then, not always, but then often people would be like, no, we want to see the baby animals now. And we want to see, we've seen the big five, now show us the baby five. And that's why I always say, expect nothing and appreciate everything, because literally everything we see out here is just an absolute blessing. I really cannot believe this. I never thought I would see the day at Mashatu where there's not one single animal around apart from the birds. This is super, super interesting to me. And again, it just shows you, you've never seen and experienced everything in nature. Weather, everything just plays a role, but we don't always understand it. Alrighty, but of course, as always, I will keep an eye out. But in the meantime, let's see what is happening at Djuma. Impalas! And you're all probably wondering, Lisa, have you never seen an impala in your life? I have. Thousands. I just like them. They're really, really beautiful animals. And very interesting to observe as well, specifically on males.
It's that time of the year filled with tricking and treats. Join Wild Earth and hang on to your seats. There'll be creepers and crawlies to thrill and delight. We're looking at what keeps you up at night. So come take a peek at what we've got in store. Turn out the lights and lock up your door. It's a spooky safari coming to your screen. Come one and come all to Wild Earth's Halloween.
Could be wrong. Maybe it's just a bit more to this side. But it seems like our heron has also disappeared. We've got some more impala. Oh, it seems like they are having a bit of a tussle. So this is of course what we would call sparring. Boys being boys. So it's just younger males that are sort of trying to establish the dominance. Who's the stronger and the prettier one? What did you hear? Sorry, I just wanted to make sure because both of them looked pretty alert there. Rob, you are 10 years old. Thank you so much for getting in touch with us. We feel really honored that you are joining us. You want to know how fast can an impala run. So they run pretty fast. If I'm not mistaken, an average of like 50 kilometers an hour. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But yes, they are fairly fast antelope. But of course, most of the time, they fail to outrun leopards and cheetahs and lions. But, of course, predators do use ambush also and camouflage to their advantage. But yes, they can run fairly fast. No human can outrun them. I think they're just trying to postpone the the sparring session. Because they pretend to look at something very occupied and then they carry on a little bit. I don't think they're taking this very seriously. Perhaps they are not ready to settle down and form harems of their own. Scott, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know, how do impalas alert each other when a predator is near? So I would say impala, bushbuck and kudu are some of your best antelope or prey species when it comes to alerting when a predator is near. So they've got sort of like a blow or we also call it a barking sound, like a pa, pa. I have not perfected that one. I probably never will. But yes, that's their alarm call. As I said, when they're just talking to each other, it's like a bleh. Sounds like a constipated sheep or something. But yes, that's what they'll do. And then often your impala, well, for me personally, out in the bush, an impala, those three antelope, bushbuck, impala, kudu, impala, and inyala are your best antelope when it comes to alerting about a predator. And then, of course, your vivid monkeys, the monkeys we saw with Donovan on Omakala. They are also phenomenal indicators of predators because they've got a very prominent alarm call. So when they see a leopard or a lion or even snakes and stuff, they'll alert for, which is like a ow, 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 ow. So, but it's interesting, you know, when you observe animals, the different calls they have. And even for us as humans, you know, over the years we have studied them and have been able to sort of get somewhat of an understanding about what is just chatting and what is an actual distress or alarm call. No, I don't feel like these two are very serious about this. Stop fooling around and fight. He's just whispering in my ear. The animals can't hear me, but you know, if I use my mind power, hopefully it will. No, thank goodness they can't hear me. I think of all the animals that I've, you know, been able to and lucky to observe over the years, and I think shame. They must have heard me from afar and said, "Oh, here she comes." And you know, the interesting thing is, as soon as a female were to approach now, they'll get much more serious about it. Just like humans, pretty much, you know. They'll have a drink, and then as soon as then there's someone around that might potentially catch the eye, then it'll be serious. "Oh, you're not stronger than me." And then as soon as she leaves, it's like, "Hey, bro, you want a beer?" So, no, I'm kidding. I'm generalizing now. But I have often witnessed this sort of interaction with humans as well. In my time as a naturalist, I do have more experience with animals observation, but I do have a lot of experience as well with lesser spotted Homo sapien observation as well. Samuel, you would like to know how long can this fight last for? For me personally, I don't think this is fighting. This is just foolish. But of course, you know, they have to start somewhere. Elephant bulls do the same when they are young. So as I said, you know, they'll carry on like this for a little bit. Then they'll eat, believe it or not, together. They'll graze and drink water. And then, oh, you see, it's getting a bit more serious now. There we go. But yes, they can carry on like this actually for a couple of days. But as I said, it's not straight the whole time, you know, without doing anything else. For a couple of days or so, they'll actually carry on like this. Whereas come mating season, so if let's say one of these males have actually, you know, become the conqueror, that dominant male will then establish a harem, which he takes on a group of females. And then when mating season comes, they actually go into such a rut that they just constantly mate for days on end. They literally forget to eat or drink or anything. And they lose a lot of condition during that time as well. But a fight like this won't constantly, you know, 24/7 go on. They'll fight a little bit, eat a little bit, drink a little bit. And then move a little bit as well. I'm just always so astonished at how they don't poke each other's eyes out. Like, how? I would definitely get my eyes poked out. You see, this is why I am what I am and animals are what they are. The other day I was saying as well, I would not be able to be a quillia because I will constantly fly into my teammates. Earlier I mentioned I would not be able to be a heron because I would not have that much patience looking for the food, trying, looking. It would not work for me. I don't feel they're serious enough about this. I just want to have a look, see what else is around this water hole. But of course, as I mentioned, they are young, so this is how they learn. Elephant bulls as well. Their first challenge or first few challenges are not... What is that? It's a zebra! And of course our impalas are still hiding in the bush. Arctic Circle. Thank you. That's an interesting question. What animal out of Africa would I like to see? There's a lot. I would kill to see a kangaroo. I think they're very fascinating animals. As well as a panda bear, koala. I've seen these animals, in rehabilitation centers, but I've not actually seen them in the wild. I've not yet seen a kangaroo at all, so yes, definitely those. A jaguar. And jeez, there's quite a few actually. You can never see enough. So I would like to see all of them. All of the snakes, all of the spiders, creepy crawlies, everything. I'm game for anything and everything. My mom says, and she's never actually seen one, but she says she thinks koalas are the most boring animals on the planet. I'm like, you can't say that if you haven't seen it. Not allowed to form an opinion if you have not seen the poor animal yet. But yes, I would love to see specifically the Australian animals, but then the animals in the Amazon as well. You can never see and know enough when you are an absolute wildlife enthusiast. And again, even here at Djuma, the weather has dramatically changed. I mean, yes, it's still overcast and cloudy, but this morning I was convinced it's gonna storm when we started on Escape to Nature. And it's not clear now, but it's much clearer as opposed to this morning. But that is the odd thing in this summer and raining season. It literally changes from sunny to rain to rain to sunny to sunny to rain to rain to sunny in 1 hour. So that's always the fascinating thing with summertime, you know, observing the different weather patterns and then due to that, the animals' behaviors as well. But of course, as you all know, we are live and interactive with these beautiful impala at the Djuma camp right now. So, but of course, you know, we've got various naturalists, we've got various locations. So if you do have a question or comment or anything at all you would like us to chat about, please do send those through. Because this is your safari and we want you to enjoy it. We are just lucky to be joining you, actually. Oh, that one has got an oxpecker on it. Coming in for landing. And it's gone. So these beautiful black spots we actually see on the impala's legs, those are called metatarsal glands. Now that is a scent gland that is actually on their legs, and those give off certain scents and pheromones. For instance, let's say they're running away from a predator perhaps, it'll give off a certain, oh hello, photobomb. Jeez, what's happening here? Look at that. Everybody's joining the party. But yes, with the impala, those give off certain scents and pheromones. For instance, in mating season, it'll give off a certain scent. If it's a male that is, you know, sparring and perhaps challenging other males, that'll also give off certain scents. So that is what, sheesh, it's becoming a party now. That is what those black spots are on their legs. And this is probably also one of the most obvious sexual dimorphisms is in Nyala, but I almost want to say also to an extent where you don't believe it's the same species, just merely because, you know, the male, of course, has the horns, but their whole coat differs to the females. So it's always very interesting with them as well. And of course, the Nyala, these beautiful animals to our left with the stripes, which are now disappearing, of course. Of course, how else would they do it? So Nyala is actually a Shangaan word, which means onion. And it's because of those white stripes that you can very much not now see. Not see now. We'll just see and wait. Maybe they come back out. But yes, Nyala means onion. And that is due to the white stripes they have on them, or the white rings, you can also say. I can't believe it, all of these animals just pitched up now. Just want to have a look, because all of these animals seem very alert to something off to the right. So I just want to make sure there's not something around. Just want to make double sure we're not missing something, because they all seemed pretty on edge and they all stayed in this direction. Two of our beautiful monitors. One of our awesome zoomies did point it out to me earlier on. But of course, when I came over, they had left, or they were, I probably overlooked them. So you can see one just on the log below, and then one just on top of it, obviously much smaller. Just sunbasking, and of course, being reptiles, you know, they make use of outer resources to sort of heat up their bodies. It's always cool to see them. Yesterday I saw a very, very, very cool video of one that was actually massive female. Like, I'd never seen such a big monitor. You could see her belly was full of eggs, and she was actually digging a hole, getting ready to lay her eggs. So that was pretty cool. There you can see the nyalas, which I was referring to earlier on. The onion antelopes. But yes, they've also got a very prominent bark when they do see a predator. What do you guys see? Or are you just making sure there's nothing around? Of course, the wildebeest form part of the ugly five. So, of course, we've got the big five, which is the lion, leopard, buffalo, rhino, and elephant. Then we've also got the small five, which is the leopard tortoise, antlion, rhino beetle, buffalo weaver, and what am I missing? Leopard tortoise, did I say that? But then we've also got the ugly five. So the ugly five are the wildebeest, hyena, vulture, marabou stork, and unfortunately also the warthog. Could be wrong, but I think this is definitely a pregnant female. Looking from the sides, you can see it's quite bulging. And if you do not know what animal this is the blue wildebeest. These are the animals that, you know, there was a massive stampede in the famous Lion King. And then, unfortunately, we lost a very precious king. But a lot of people actually believe it was buffalo in that scene. It is not. It is the wildebeests. These guys. A lot of pregnant females amongst them. Just taking one last look around. If we do not see anything, we will have a look-see and see what is happening at Ukukuyo. Because believe it or not, there's still not a single animal at Mashatu. I never thought I would see the day come that there is not a single species at Mashatu's waterhole. So I think let's head to Ukukoyo because I do believe there are some giraffes there. You see, the zebras are definitely winning our animal bingo today. Definitely, definitely. Because I don't think we've once looked at Ukukoyo where there's not been zebras, whether it's been 30 at once or just 3 or a few at once. The zebras have definitely graced us constantly today with their presence. Pam, good afternoon, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You would... To be honest, I heard the question as, have you ever seen a giraffe without a cow? And then I thought, no, maybe calf. And now I know that it's tail. Yes, I have seen a giraffe without its tail. Yes, of course, a lot of the times lions do try to get to them, and in the process they can lose their tail. They can also be born without a tail, it might just be a defect. But yes, I've seen quite a few giraffes actually without their tails. Zebras as well. I've even seen a lion without a tail, which is a very weird thing to look at. It just doesn't look right. But yes, of course, animals do what they need to protect themselves, defend themselves in the wild. And of course, it's not like a lizard or something that can just lose its tail to get away. They have to actually go through physical pain if they have actually lost their tails and were not born without it. But yes, I've seen quite a few giraffes without tails, and a few other animals as well. And again, we can speculate as much as we want on what may have happened for it to have lost its tail. Or I think it was Andrew the other day, he saw a vervet monkey without arms, and that to me was the most fascinating thing. I've never seen that. And excuse me. So yes, animals do what they need to do to survive, to adapt, because after all, out here it is all about survival of the fittest. If you are not fast enough, if you are not strong enough, all of that, if you can't adapt or heal quick enough, then unfortunately Mother Nature leaves you behind. Recently in Kruger, there was actually a sighting of a baby elephant that got eaten by lions. And to this day, no one knows what happens. No one knows if the elephant had passed away from a disease, if it got separated from its herd, because apparently the evening before that there had been a thunderstorm. So it could have been that separated it from its mom. So, but we don't know. Just like if you see a giraffe or something without its tail, you don't know what happened. We can speculate. We can try and interpret as much as we want, but we will never truly know if you were not there to actually witness it yourself. I love these oryx. There's always one in the water. I know I said the lilac-breasted roller's call is not the most beautiful one out there, but I don't think a crow's is either. But I mean, for me, a crow's call fits its profile. A lilac-breasted roller is just very, very odd. And guess what? We've got some more zebras coming to Ukukoyo. I'm literally mind blown by how many zebras we have seen today. It's really, truly very interesting. When we started out this morning, I thought, no, it's going to be a hot day, so we expect to see elephants and perhaps even rhinos. But the zebras have really been the stars of today's Escape to Nature. And believe me, I am keeping an eye on Mashatu constantly, and still nothing is happening because of the weather, I assume. That is my best guess. But of course it can be, it can be anything. We don't know. Maybe no one got my email that I sent last night. Because every evening I do send an email to all of the animals at Ukukoyo, Mashatu and Djuma. Asking them very nicely, will you please just at this time pitch up? They all have different time slots, and some of them adhere to it, some of them don't. Some of them don't always have Wi-Fi out in the bush. It's various reasons out there, just like our naturalists sometimes. You go into a dip, the signal is tricky. It's the same with animals. So I do apologize. I did email the elephants and rhinos. Hopefully, they still receive it later. And they'll join us too. That was always the funniest. Not too often, but every now and again you would get very demanding guests. And they will literally tell you, I want to see a lion making a buffalo kill. I want to see an elephant giving birth. it got so ridiculous, you know. Sometimes you'd expect them to say, I want to see a leopard mating with a hyena, giving birth to this and this and this, but that's why I always just say, you know, just appreciate everything. Everything out here is truly so special. And that is what I've learned yet again today. Don't take anything for granted. Because I do think I became a bit cheeky at one stage. You know, it was very rare for us to go through a day without elephants at all of the locations. Djuma, Mashatu and Ukokoyo. And today we saw elephants at Djuma for a mere maximum 10 minutes, I would say. And the rest of the day, nothing. So it just shows you alrighty. But speaking of our other locations, I'm going to send you over to Andrew. I'm very curious to see what he has.
I've just been watching a group of wildebeest out here. They have come down to the waterhole and started to drink, and just moving back off into the grazeland now. So we're just off Scotia Dam now. Just gonna zoom in a bit there and give you a good look. There's also a beautiful territorial bull that's also just to the left here. See if we can't get him. And there he is over there. So those group of females that you just saw are within his territory right now. Let me just focus for you. There we go. What's actually very interesting is that you know, the wildebeest bulls are very territorial, which means that for the most part he's going to be alone and defending his territory. But just to ensure that perhaps he has a chance of intermingling with females, what wildebeest have, what they do is that they place their territories very close to water, and then also where the grass is nice and green. And then surely at some point a breeding group or a roaming group of wildebeest will come through and feed in his territory.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube. And in addition, there are cut downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
here. Just go a little bit slowly, and there we go. Great show. Before I get blown away totally by this wind, I'm going to send you over to Lisa in Ukukuyo.
Andrew, I hope you've got your parachute, just for in case those gusts get too bad. We have got another giraffe. I do not want to say too loud. Oh, goodness. Sorry, that was hilarious. Oh, sorry. That made my day. Shame, sorry. You almost fell in. That was very funny. Oof, I need to calm down now. That was really funny. And no, it's not the first time I've seen that. It was just very unexpected. Shame, these poor animals. I always wonder, do they not fall? Having to go into that awkward position, but then also you can imagine how slippery that clay and that mud and everything is, even if you do have hooves. It's always very fascinating. Here at Ukukuyo it would be a little difficult with all the rocks and the hard swell. But when you go to a water hole, that is the best place for tracking, because you can literally sometimes see how the animals have, sort of slipped. Whether it's rhinos or elephants or giraffes or just antelope. Even the animals with hooves. Ooh, sorry, that made my day. That was very funny. Sorry, giraffe. I don't want you to get hurt. It was just... If you were in my position, you would have laughed too. Probably gonna come down for another drink. Just checking its surroundings. Oh man, respect. How do you go into that weird position and not face plant? This truly is so incredible. Such a big animal. I always call my father my giraffe because I'm actually, I don't know what you call it in English, but in Afrikaans you call it a laatlammetjie, which means my father is much older than I am. My father is 40 years older than I am. So I always call him my giraffe when he has to pick up something, because it literally looks like a giraffe drinking. He literally also has to splay the legs, and yes, very funny. But now I'm not making fun of my father. He knows I say this. He doesn't like me for it, but he knows. But it's been an absolutely wonderful day, especially in Ukukuyo. Yes, it was pumping the whole day here. Animals constantly. Mashatu, very quiet, but much wetter now. So we are grateful for that. Hopefully, all of the leaves will come back to the trees. But yes, it's been an absolutely incredible day. Of course, Donovan with his lions, Andrew with his animals. As always, we are very, very, very thankful for all of you for joining us on Escape to Nature today, because, of course, without all of you, none of this is possible. So thank you so much for joining us. He's going again. So from myself, Lisa, from Andrew and from Donovan, and of course all of our wonderful camera assistants, thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. We really have had a lot of fun. And thank you for all of your questions and just comments and everything. We really cannot do any of this without all of you. So thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. Please do join us again tomorrow for some good laughs and giggles and hopefully a lot of animal interactions and behaviors. And yes, please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach. I almost said Escape to Nature. You see, I'm addicted now. Please stay tuned for Penguin Beach. And you're more than welcome to join Gary and Jason today. And yes, definitely we are looking forward to having you again tomorrow. And I hope you have a beautiful rest of the day.